Note: this video will presuppose that you have seen my previous video on Martin Heidegger's Being and Time. It will, in all likelihood, be incoherent if you haven't. Even if you have seen it, it may be helpful to skim back through it to refresh yourself on the main points. The link for it is in the description. After Being and Time was published in 1927, something substantially changes for Martin Heidegger, beginning roughly in the early 1930s. That much is clear. But what changes? The most apparent change that will strike anyone is the difficulty and bizarre style of the texts. While Being and Time already has a very turgid, belabored style that makes its particular arguments somewhat hard to fish out, it still has a pretty rigorous structure. Heidegger's later texts present a clear break with this method. They are deeply obscure and often closer to a kind of prose poetry than to a rigorous proof of concepts. They drop the reader in a deep abyss of being from the very beginning. Any meaning to be found in them has to be struggled and fought for. But is there an actual change in Heidegger's positions? That is harder to say, and that is mostly because as his career progresses, it seems less and less appropriate to speak of Heidegger's philosophy in terms of positions at all. What does it mean to be? This is the first and fundamental question of all philosophy. It remains the question of Heidegger's career, both in the early and later periods. For centuries, philosophers have gone awry in trying to answer this question by merely focusing on what things there are or what properties they have, rather than what it actually means to be in the first place. Of course, we would have to answer this question in a completely new way. Whatever being means cannot be an answer that just turns it into one thing among others, even if we somehow make it transcendent or elevate it among all others as the most basic or general. So in what way do we ask this question if not in the traditional metaphysical way? In Being and Time, Heidegger attempted to answer this question via phenomenology, the careful description of the structure of our own conscious experience. In order to get at the question of being as such, he chooses to analyze the being of one particular entity, namely Dasein, the kind of being that we as humans are. Dasein is distinctively interested in and to some degree aware of its own being. Its complex manner of being in the world occurs via a complex structure called the care structure, consisting of thrownness, projection, and fallenness. Dasein generally exists in an inauthentic state of fallenness and absorption in the everyday things around it, but it comes into an authentic existence as itself and as a whole when it has an awareness of its own possibility of death, and thus its inherent finitude and groundlessness in anything in the world. This state is called anticipatory resoluteness. However, its structure is still the same care structure as in its inauthentic state. Therefore, we can say that Dasein can only exist on the basis of this care structure, and the care structure can only exist on the basis of time. But this temporality is ecstatical. The idea of ecstatical time is very removed from the standard understanding of clock time. We come to experience this temporality not as a series of constantly progressing nows, but as the determining modes of future, past, and present in which we project our possibilities, have a basis to act upon, and have a surrounding context in which to take action. Out of this, the unity of Dasein as an entity emerging through its history and through its meaningful relation to the past action emerges. Out of this primordial conception of temporality, time in the standard conception of successive nows, or clock time, emerges as a latter phenomenon that is far removed from the originally ecstatical experience of time. Being and Time thus already puts forward a radical idea. Dasein always arrives at a certain disclosure of meaning on the basis of being thrown into a particular circumstance and tradition that it inevitably finds itself in. And it does so via a projection of its own possibilities, which are necessarily limited by its own eventual not being. The upshot of this is that there is never one eternal truth that stands true above and independent of all other occurrences and states of affairs. Meaning itself is something that is inherently temporal and historical. However, This is why being and time, in a sense, destroys itself from within its own structure. In a sense, the whole method of being and time still reeks of Kant. While Heidegger's system makes meaning something inherently temporal and finite, it still appears as an attempt to construct an overarching and transcendental ground to explain how everything else comes into being. In this sense, it is too traditionally metaphysical. It is still too dependent on an if A, then B way of thinking that seeks to find the necessary and essential grounds of something, and thereby to get outside of it. But what else can philosophy do if not this? If the meaning of being is always something that changes and evolves, how can we ever get outside of it and answer the question of being as such? Are we not just lost in a postmodernist void? The truth is, however, that Heidegger's later thought is as much an enemy of a postmodernism that reduces all truth to lived experience and social constructs as it is to a blind worship of sciences that reduces it all to mere calculation and measurement. This is because the truth is that all of these concerns are based on a conception of what philosophy is for and what it can do that many of us have, and perhaps that Heidegger had when he wrote Being and Time, but by no means has in his later career. Heidegger's philosophy continues to revolve around the first and foremost question of all philosophy, the Seinsfrage, or the question of being. That much has not changed. But the question of being is no longer a problem to be solved, but a pathway to be opened up. The question of being is not an eternal, transcendent answer that exists out there that we need to find, but is one that we need to pick up and appropriate as a particular historical people. The Greeks had their own conception of it, as did the medieval scholastics, as did the Dasein of every other epoch in history. In a sense, this means that Heidegger breaks with most of the Western philosophical tradition in that he explicitly sees his work as something belonging to a particular epoch and historical set of circumstances, and not as something eternal or universal. In Hubert L. Dreyfus's words, he is the first philosopher of finitude. The question no longer is what does it mean to be, but is rather how does being unfold historically? Because that is the only real way to approach that question. As such, our task is now not to provide the grounds for any conception of being, but to learn how to once more adequately respond to the unfolding of being that is distinctive of modernity in an appropriate way. And what that ultimately means is to learn how to live a good and meaningful life. As we shall see, however, this lack of eternal truth by no means makes philosophy something trifling or superficial. Heidegger's later writings, precisely because they are so concerned with the particular historical circumstances of modernity, are written with a sense of urgency paralleled by few other philosophers. This is because, as we shall see, our current era is one of a profound ontological crisis, the implications of which we can still barely grasp. Heidegger's later thought, if defined as everything written after Being and Time, covers over 3 decades of essays, lectures, addresses, letters, and so on. There's no obvious structure to guide ourselves through like there was in Being and Time. On top of that, there is a great strangeness to many of these texts that makes them inherently much more esoteric and difficult than Being and Time. As Richard Polt has said, there can never really be an interpretation of many of these later texts, but only a confrontation with them. They require a sensitive reading that is equally scholarly and creative. More so than in the last video, then, I will be quoting Heidegger's own words at considerable length in this one. On one level, this is merely because the late Heidegger writes with a sense of rapturous and mysterious poetic beauty, and it would be a shame to not share this with the viewer. But it is also essential to the sense of truth conveyed by these texts. To whatever degree these texts awaken and respond to the question of being, they do it not through theory but through poeticism. These texts are extremely difficult. Lee Braver has described them as a hermeneutically repulsive magnetic field that seems to actively resist any interpretation. As such, it would be a disservice to pretend that I have all the answers and to not let the viewer to some degree confront these passages along with me. I have thus divided this video into 6 sections that I believe are rather comprehensive for understanding the later Heidegger. 1. Metaphysics and truth. 2. Art and poetry. 3. Technology and enframing. 4. Dwelling and the fourfold. 5. Event and appropriation. And 6. Thinking and the End of Philosophy. Let us begin. Metaphysics and Truth. Being and Time, in its current state, was published in 1927, but was never finished according to its original design. In its current state, it gets to the point of positing temporality as the being of Dasein. It would have concluded by extrapolating time in general to be the horizon under which the question of being could be answered, not just as the being of Dasein. But Heidegger became skeptical of the idea that temporality really was the best way to answer the question of being. The second part of Being and Time, which was never written, would have been a so-called destruction of the history of Western metaphysics. This history would have gone in reverse order. It would have assessed the conception of being in Kant, Descartes, and Aristotle, respectively. In the early 1930s, Heidegger begins to move away from his phenomenological roots. He no longer attempts to answer the question of being by appealing to the structure of experience of Dasein. Instead, the historical study of Western philosophy itself becomes our method to reawaken the question of being on firmer grounds. The central text of this period is called Einführung in die Metaphysik, or Introduction to Metaphysics. The title is somewhat misleading, as it presumes quite a bit of familiarity with the ancient Greek philosophical tradition and is by no means meant for novices. But what is metaphysics? If we remember the opening to Being and Time, Heidegger began with a critique of figures before him who would try to answer the question of what it means to be by grounding being in some other thing, like substance, idea, God, monad, consciousness, noumenon, will to power, or whatever else. All those theories really do is change what things there are in the world. They just shuffle around the conceptual furniture of our view of the world without getting to what being itself means in any determinate way. This entire process and method of philosophy is traditionally called metaphysics. For Heidegger, then, metaphysics is a term of disparagement. Metaphysics, for him, is the kind of thing that defines Western philosophy roughly from Plato onward, and it is something that he thinks is constraining us and keeping us from understanding being in a more original and primordial fashion. Heidegger's philosophy, therefore, is post-metaphysical, or at least it aspires to be. Part of the reason he ends up rejecting the phenomenological methods of Being and Time is that they are still too tied to the language and norms of metaphysics. His attempt to find a fundamental horizon for being, such as time, is now dismissed as too metaphysical. As mentioned in the introduction, the entire goal of philosophy is no longer to find eternal answers, but to respond in the correct way to the unfolding of being as historical Dasein. And he thinks that to do this correctly, we have to move beyond metaphysics and ask the question of being anew. In this lecture, the way he formulates this question is, how does it stand with being? In German, this phrasing has a sort of humorously casual and colloquial air. An English equivalent would be more or less something like, how are things with being? Or how is it going with being? But this colloquial air is there for an important reason. It's important to get at the question of being without setting up some kind of misleading metaphysical framework, where we examine being as a substance or a process or whatever else, and the verbiage of how does it stand with being is the best way to ask this question in a way that is once more fresh and free of over 2,000 years of metaphysical baggage. While it might at first seem that being is a near meaningless phrase, the truth is that our use of the word being has a history of its own. Whenever we unthinkingly say that something is or is not, we are passing on a long Western lineage of interpretation of being, and are largely unaware of exactly how it constrains us. In order to accept or to reject this lineage on a firmer basis, the first thing we have to do is make it explicit. And that is what most of this 1930s period of Heidegger's thought seeks to do. Open up a new horizon for our being itself to be situated. However, we can only correctly follow and appreciate this later philosophy if we rid ourselves of two misconceptions of what philosophy is and what it can achieve. Those misconceptions are, One, that philosophy can become a foundation for the forces of culture and history. This might take the form of a criticism like, because philosophy did not contribute to preparing the revolution, it is useless. We can imagine that this criticism was equally common from both communist and Nazi radicals alike of the time. The second misconception is that philosophy can help us get a clear picture of the world and help us solve particular discrete problems and questions. This also takes the form of a criticism like, you can't do anything with philosophy, or nothing comes of philosophy. This probably would have been the kind of criticism that the more analytic-minded thinkers in Germany at the time, like Rudolf Carnap, who famously said that Heidegger's work was the prime example of nonsense, would have levied. Against the first misinterpretation, Heidegger says, quote, "This readily gives the impression that philosophy can and must provide a foundation for the current and future historical Dasein of a people in every age, a foundation for building culture. But such expectations and requirements demand too much of the capability and essence of philosophy. Usually this excessive demand takes the form of finding fault with philosophy. One says, for example, that because metaphysics did not contribute to preparing the revolution, it must be rejected. That is just as clever as saying that because one cannot fly with a carpenter's bench, it should be thrown away. Philosophy can never directly supply the forces and create the mechanisms and opportunities that bring about a historical state of affairs, if only because philosophy is always the direct concern of the few. Which few? The ones who transform creatively, who unsettle things. It spreads only indirectly on back roads that can never be charted in advance. And then finally, sometimes when it has long since been forgotten as originary philosophy, it sinks away in the form of one of Dasein's truisms. Against this first misinterpretation, what philosophy can and must be according to its essence is this: a thoughtful opening of the avenues and vistas of a knowing that establishes measure and rank, a knowing in which and from which a people conceives its Dasein in the historical spiritual world and brings it to fulfillment, that knowing which ignites and threatens and compels all questioning and appraising." Unquote. And against the second misinterpretation, he says, quote, "According to this distortion, philosophy orders the whole of beings into overviews and systems and readies a world picture for our use, a map of the world, as it were, a picture of the various possible things and domains of things, thereby granting us a universal and uniform orientation. Or more specifically, philosophy relieves the sciences of their labor by meditating on the presuppositions of the sciences, their basic concepts and propositions. One expects philosophy to promote and even to accelerate the practical and technical business of culture by alleviating it, making it easier. But, according to its essence, philosophy never makes things easier, but only more difficult. And it does so not just incidentally, not just because its manner of communication seems strange or even deranged to everyday understanding. The burdening of historical Dasein, and thereby at bottom of being itself, is rather the genuine sense of what philosophy can achieve. Burdening gives back to things, to beings, their weight, being. And why? Because burdening is one of the essential and fundamental conditions for the arising of everything great, among which we include above all else the fate of a historical people and its works. But fate is there only where a true knowing about things rules over Dasein, and the avenues and views of such a knowing are opened up by philosophy." Unquote. And he warns us not to be misled by continuing to engage with these frameworks in mind. Quote, "When one attempts to prove that, to the contrary, something does after all come of philosophy, one merely intensifies and secures the prevailing misinterpretation, which consists in the prejudice that one can evaluate philosophy according to the everyday standards that one would otherwise employ to judge the utility of bicycles or the effectiveness of mineral baths. It is entirely correct and completely in order to say you can't do anything with philosophy. The only mistake is to believe that with this, the judgment concerning philosophy is at an end. For a little epilogue arises in the form of a counter-question. Even if we can't do anything with it, may not philosophy in the end do something with us, provided that we engage ourselves with it? Unquote. In what will become a familiar method of later Heidegger, he decides to get at what metaphysics really entails by tracing it to its earliest etymological roots. The word metaphysics comes to us from the ancient Greek word physis. Physis is traditionally translated into Latin as natura, the root of nature. Natura literally means what is born, but comes to mean what exists, what there is, nature. This word physis, then, gets joined with the prefix meta, meaning over or beyond. Metaphysics thus becomes a sort of higher-order study of what there is, or nature. But Heidegger argues that in the long history of equivalences in translation here, we lose access to the most original understanding of being that the ancient Greeks referred to by the name physis. It has become restricted and narrowed down to the spiritually destitute state of modern Western philosophy. Before we take up physis as a theme, however, Heidegger takes a moment to make it clear that the stakes are high. Moving beyond metaphysics by reawakening this ancient Greek experience of physis is by no means a trivial matter. He makes it clear that the entire fate of the West hangs in the balance. Quote, "The situation of Europe is all the more dire, because the disempowering of the spirit comes from Europe itself, and though prepared by earlier factors, is determined at last by its own spiritual situation in the first half of the 19th century. Among us at that time something happened that is all too readily and swiftly characterized as the collapse of German idealism. This formula is like a shield behind which the already dawning spiritlessness, the disillusion of spiritual powers, the deflection of all originary questioning about grounds and the bonding to such grounds, are hidden and obscured. For it was not German idealism that collapsed, but it was the age that was no longer strong enough to stand up to the greatness, breadth, and originality of that spiritual world. That is, truly to realize it, which always means something other than merely applying propositions and insights. Dasein began to slide into a world that lacked that depth from which the essential always comes and returns to human beings, thereby forcing them to superiority and allowing them to act on the basis of rank. All things sank to the same level, to a surface resembling a blind mirror that no longer mirrors, that casts nothing back. The prevailing dimension became that of extension and number. To be able, this no longer means to spend and lavish, thanks to lofty overabundance and the mastery of energies. Instead, it means only practicing a routine in which anyone can be trained, always combined with a certain amount of sweat and display. In America and Russia, then, this all intensified until it turned into the measureless so on and so forth of the ever-identical and the indifferent, until finally this quantitative temper became a quality of its own. By now in those countries, the predominance of a cross-section of the indifferent is no longer something inconsequential and merely barren, but is the onslaught of that which aggressively destroys all rank and all that is world spiritual and portrays these as a lie." Unquote. Quote, "This Europe, in its unholy blindness, always on the point of cutting its own throat, lies today in the great pincers between Russia on the one side and America on the other. Russia and America, seen metaphysically, are both the same hopeless frenzy of unchained technology, and the rootless organization of the average man. When the farthest corner of the globe has been conquered technologically and can be exploited economically, when any incident you like in any place you like at any time you like becomes accessible as fast as you like, when you can simultaneously experience an assassination attempt against a king in France and a symphony concert in Tokyo, when time is nothing but speed, instantaneity, and simultaneity, and time as history has vanished from all Dasein of all peoples, when a boxer counts as the great man of a people, when the tallies of millions at mass meetings are a triumph, then, yes then, there still looms like a specter over all this uproar the question, what for, where to, and what then? The spiritual decline of the earth has progressed so far that peoples are in danger of losing their last spiritual strength, the strength that makes it possible even to see the decline. which is meant in relation to the fate of being, and to appraise it as such. This simple observation has nothing to do with cultural pessimism, nor with any optimism either, of course, for the darkening of the world, the flight of the gods, the destruction of the earth, the reduction of human beings to a mass, the hatred and mistrust of everything creative and free, has already reached such proportions throughout the whole earth that such childish categories as pessimism and optimism have long become laughable. We lie in the pincers. Our people, as standing in the center, suffers the most intense pressure. Our people, the people richest in neighbors and hence the most endangered people, and for all that, the metaphysical people. We are sure of this vocation, but this people will gain a fate from its vocation only when it creates in itself a resonance, a possibility of resonance for this vocation, and grasps its tradition creatively. All this implies that this people, as a historical people, must transpose itself, and with it the history of the West, from the center of their future happening into the originary realm of the powers of being. Precisely if the great decision regarding Europe is not to go down the path of annihilation, precisely then can this decision come about only through the development of new, historically spiritual forces from the center." Unquote. So what exactly is phusis? This word apparently refers to what is. It is the Greek understanding of being. Heidegger defines phusis as an emerging, abiding sway. Being as phusis is a sway. The original German word here translated as sway is walten. Charles E. Scott points out that this word is etymologically related to the English wield, in the sense of wielding power or wielding a weapon. It suggests a sort of power or rule over something. Scott uses the example of a festive mood holding sway over a town, or someone's dream holding sway over her actions, as a clue to how we should understand the sway of phusis. But to avoid lapsing back into metaphysics, we have to avoid thinking of phusis as some particular thing. Phusis can never be some transcendental entity that lands beyond anything we experience. Phusis is rather the word for the way that things come to arise and appear for the ancient Greeks. And it is not conceived in terms of substance and essence, but in terms of happening, of emerging, and of unfolding. A cognate of phusis is phuein, which means to grow or to make grow. In these terms, it seems like phusis is a sort of process by which things come into being. But in truth, it is even more basic than that. Phusis is what allows things to emerge into being as processes in the first place. Because this conception of phusis is before any being, word, or name in language, it has to be sketched out in more indirect terms. We can do this best by showing how later philosophers in the Western tradition have narrowed and delimited the meaning of phusis and thus of being. Over the course of Western philosophy, four things have been drawn out of being as phusis and contrasted with it. Namely, being and becoming, being and seeming, being and thinking, and being and the ought. In an original experience of phusis, these things all occur together, and are not yet drawn out as opposed to and incompatible with each other. To illustrate exactly how this is so, most of the lecture Introduction to Metaphysics is a sustained analysis of a number of ancient Greek texts. However, for Heidegger, metaphysics as we know it emerged with Plato and Aristotle. And thus, if we want to recover the pre-metaphysical past of philosophy, we have to go back to even earlier texts. What sources does he favor? There are a number of Greek authors referenced, but those who we can traditionally conceive of as philosophers and those who we do not. But the two thinkers who are most thoroughly explicated and sourced are the two godfathers of all Western ontology, Parmenides and Heraclitus. Heidegger's lecture presumes a high degree of familiarity with these two. But in the interest of making this video as accessible as possible for such difficult texts, I will try to shortly summarize the standard understanding of these two figures. This is necessary as Heidegger's interpretation of these two is quite unconventional and controversial. As such, we must remember that we are always really learning more about how Heidegger interprets these thinkers than the thinkers themselves. But first, for the standard conception. Like all pre-Socratic philosophers, the words of Parmenides and Heraclitus are preserved only as fragments. Both of them lived sometime from the late 6th to the early 5th century BC. We are not sure which one predated the other, but it has become conventional to take the two as a pair, who proposed opposing ontologies. Parmenides defined being as constancy and subsistence, and Heraclitus defined it as flux and change. For Parmenides, all change and variance was an illusion, while for Heraclitus, all stability and identity was an illusion. We shall soon see that Heidegger actually thinks both of them can be united if we view both of them as describing being in the context of physis, but we should sketch out the conventional understanding of the two a bit more thoroughly to make things more clear first. Parmenides wrote his philosophy as an epic poem written in the same meter as Homer and Hesiod. We have several fragments of it, and many are of considerable length, which is helpful in establishing greater context. As poetry, these fragments are often quite stilted and awkward, and do not strike us as the work of a natural poet, but their value as philosophy cannot be overstated. The poem begins with Parmenides speaking as an authority who has received a divine revelation on the nature of reality. A fanciful, allegorical prologue describes him arriving at a sort of supernatural dwelling, where he describes encountering the gates of the roads of night and day. Where exactly this is and what mythology it is meant to evoke is uncertain. The gates are kept watch by a gatekeeper who is identified as the personification of justice, but she lets Parmenides through, as his cause is a just and true one. Inside, he meets a goddess who has not been definitively identified. She explains to him that, quote, "There is need for you to learn all things, both the unshaken heart of persuasive truth and the opinions of mortals, in which there is no true reliance. But nevertheless, you will learn these too, that it is right that the objects of opinion genuinely are, being always, indeed, all things." Unquote. From the beginning, then, Parmenides sets up a division between truth and opinion, or aletheia and doxa in the Greek. The way of truth is the one that is certain and steadfast, while the way of opinion is merely conventional knowledge that cannot be certified as infallibly true. Interestingly, despite the fact that Parmenides dismisses the way of doxa as merely opinion that cannot be truly relied on, he devoted the vast majority of the poem to explaining doxa, or opinion, rather than truth. These parts of the poem are more scattered and fragmentary, but they seem to have described an elaborate cosmology where all things are composed of a mixture of light and darkness. He moved from the general to the specific and described the way the sun, the moon, and the ether were formed and how they operated in the heavens, the creation of man and woman, the way human beings are able to move and think, and so on. But clearly, as philosophers, we are more interested in the way of truth than the way of opinion. Luckily, we have his description of the way of truth in what seems to be a nearly complete state, but the description is very dense and difficult to grasp. At the beginning of the description of the way of truth, the goddess sketches out two paths of investigation. Quote, "But come now, I will tell you, and you, when you have heard the story, bring it away, about those routes of investigation that are the only ones to be thought of. The one both that is, and that it is not the case that is not, is the path of persuasion, for it accompanies truth. The other, both that is not, and that is not is right. This, indeed, I declare to you to be a track entirely unable to be investigated, for you cannot know what is not, for it cannot be accomplished, nor can you declare it." Unquote. So to sum things up, we have the way of truth and the way of opinion, and the way of truth is further divided into the root of is and is not. We have the way of is not, and the way of opinion. So in order to do ontology, That is, to answer the question of what there really is, beyond the level of mere opinion and speculation, we have the roots of is and is not. That is to say, we can study what there is or what there is not. But the second root of is not is rejected outright. Why? Parmenides' reasoning seems to be that there can be no legitimate conception of what is not. Any attempt to understand a not or a nothing will turn it into a something, an object that we apprehend. Therefore, in order to have an accurate conception of reality, we have to talk only about what is. In Parmenides' words, thinking and being are the same. This is generally interpreted as saying that what can be thought of can be, and what cannot be thought of cannot be. And since we cannot meaningfully think of is not, it must be rejected. Now, Parmenides sketches out what is in accordance with these rules. In a series of very concise arguments, he argues that what is, quote, ungenerated and imperishable, whole, unique, steadfast, and complete, unquote. All of the proofs for these characteristics have to do with rejecting the concept of what is not. If what is not cannot be meaningfully conceptualized, it cannot play any part in our ontology. What is cannot emerge from what is not, because what is not cannot give birth to or cause anything, since it is not. A something cannot come from a nothing. What is cannot come into existence at any time or other, because that would mean that at some point in time it was not. So what is both ungenerated and imperishable. It always was and always will be. It has no beginning and no end. And that means that it never changes or moves, because change and movement needs to take place in time, and implies that something is one way at one point in time and is not at another point in time. In a murky section, he further argues that what is indivisible and consistent. This seems to mean that in what is, there is really only one thing, and that there is no way to separate or divide it, nor to distinguish anything in particular out of what is, because all of it is identical. Any distinction of one part from another would make some part lack something that the other has, and thus make it not like the other part, reintroducing what is not. It seems, then, that for Parmenides, what is an unchanging, indivisible oneness that is so constant, eternal, and monistic that time and space itself ceases to have any meaning. For him, this is the only interpretation of reality that is logically consistent. Of course, it is completely unlike any way we actually experience the world. And that is why he gives another explanation for the nature of reality based on doxa, or opinion. This makes for a very strange text, since it gives two explanations that directly contradict each other, but that the author apparently felt were equally deserving of being the subject of philosophy, despite one of them being explicitly defined as more certain and more reliable than the other one. As difficult as Parmenides is to get a grasp on, at least we have a sustained argument for what seems like the essential core of his thought. We have no such luck with Heraclitus. We have a great number of fragments of him, far more than Parmenides, but all of them are reduced to rather short snippets, some only a few words, and very few more than a sentence or two long, and we have no idea what the context of any of them is. Given that Heraclitus gained a reputation even in the ancient world as being a difficult, obscure thinker, it could be that his thought primarily consisted of these kind of cryptic aphorisms, rather than a sustained series of arguments, but we simply have no way of knowing for sure. There are obvious common themes between these fragments, but it is hard to put them into a cohesive view of the world. Unlike Parmenides, they are broad in scope, and there are many that seem to discuss epistemology, as well as culture, society, and politics, often with a sort of misanthropic or cynical edge. As such, this summary will overlook a number of themes and motifs that can be picked up on throughout the fragments of Heraclitus, and focus on the ones that matter most for Heidegger's project. The key word for Heraclitus's thought is what he calls the logos. This is a mysterious and elusive concept, and it is hard to get an exact stance on what he means by it. It seems to be a kind of universal principle that things operate according to, but that people can only get a dim awareness of. The word logos is most commonly translated as reason or word. It is derived from the verb legein, which is generally translated as to say, but is itself derived from the Proto-Indo-European root leg, which can have a whole multiplicity of meanings, including saying, speaking, choosing, gathering, arranging, measuring, reasoning, and so on. This word logos is the root of the word logic in English, and was already used to more or less mean logic in the sense that we use it by Aristotle. The understanding of the word is only further complicated in the mysterious opening prologue of the Gospel of John in the New Testament, where the author writes, "In the beginning was the Logos, and the Logos was with God, and the Logos was God," better known in a translation interpreting Logos as word. Of course, the entire conception of what the Logos here means in the context of Christian theology is a centuries-old debate that would require a video of its own. But let us forget about what logos would later mean for Aristotle and for the Christian world, and try to look at Heraclitus without being biased by these later thinkers. When we try to understand Heraclitus's conception of the logos, it seems to be a mysterious sort of rule or principle by which all things are and operate. It in fact seems very comparable to the concept of the Tao in Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. Observe the following fragments. Quote, "This logos holds always, but humans always prove unable to understand it, both before hearing it and when they have first heard it. For although all things come to be in accordance with this logos, humans are like the inexperienced, when they experience such words and deeds as I set out, distinguishing each in accordance with its nature and saying how it is. But other people fail to notice what they do when awake, just as they forget what they do while asleep." Unquote. Quote, "For this reason it is necessary to follow what is common, but although the logos is common, most people live as if they had their own private understanding." Unquote. Quote, "Listening not to me but to the logos, it is wise to agree that all things are one." Unquote. Quote, "They are at odds with the logos, with which, above all, they are in continuous contact, and the things they meet every day appear strange to them." Unquote. Two metaphysical themes that appear most often in the fragments of Heraclitus are the unity of opposites and the principle of flux or change. He speaks in terms that make heavy use of seeming contradiction, in saying that the finest harmony is composed of things that are at odds with each other, that all things come to be through strife, and that the logos consists in the agreement of opposites, like the dynamic tension of a well-strung bow. For Heraclitus, all things seem to emerge through the interplay of opposites. In a way, this is connected to his idea of all things being in flux. A famous maxim of his, though actually a cobbling together of words and ideas from separate fragments and not quite his exact words, is that we cannot step into the same river twice, for it is no longer the same river, and we are no longer the same man. Other fragments similarly call attention to the cyclical nature of things, ever-changing. The imagery of fire is strong in Heraclitus, and there is some debate over whether he literally or only metaphorically believed that all things in nature were a kind of ever-shifting fire, in fragments like the following. Quote, "The cosmos, the same for all, none of the gods nor of humans has made, but it always was and is and shall be an ever-living fire, being kindled in measures and being extinguished in measures." Unquote. It should now be obvious how in the traditional conception, Parmenides and Heraclitus are fundamentally opposed. Parmenides defines being as constancy, changelessness, and uniformity, while Heraclitus defines it as flux, variance, and the unity of opposites. And with these two, we also see the distinction already made between being and becoming, as well as being and seeming. Parmenides sees all becoming as alien to being, because anything that becomes, emerges, changes, etc., would introduce what is not back into the picture and make things incomprehensible. Heraclitus, on the other hand, sees being as a constant process of becoming, where things are always emerging as something else and nothing stays eternally. Both thinkers also make it clear that we misunderstand being when we simply apprehend what seems to be the case for us. Parmenides explains that this is the way of doxa and is not reliable. Heraclitus is less overt, but in a number of fragments he mocks the simple conventional understanding that people have when they do not accurately apprehend the logos. And yet, Heidegger puts forth a novel and unorthodox claim. Parmenides and Heraclitus are more similar than different. This is because both apprehend being, first and foremost, neither as constancy nor as flux, but as phusis. In the Greek understanding of phusis, being is not yet to be contrasted with becoming, with seeming, with thinking, or with the ought. Heidegger skips over becoming for now and begins by considering seeming for reasons that will soon become apparent. At first glance, this seems like the most obvious difference, what really is versus what only seems to be. It seems that the sun orbits the earth, but in truth, the earth really orbits the sun. It seems that a stick in the water is bending, but in truth, it is really straight. For Parmenides, it seems that there are individual things that change, grow, and move, but in truth, there can really be no change or distinction. For Heraclitus, it seems that things are stable and uniform, but in truth, they are in a state of constant flux. Heidegger, however, wants to argue that all of this rests on an understanding of truth that is quite removed from the original conception of truth of the ancient Greeks. Parmenides originally sketches out the way of truth as contrasted with the way of opinion, and the word that is translated as truth is aletheia in the Greek. This word aletheia is traditionally translated as truth, and Heidegger does not think that it is an inaccurate translation. But he argues that while aletheia does indeed mean truth, it is not truth in the way that we understand truth in the modern era. The modern conception of truth is essentially truth as correspondence. That is to say, we have some proposition like the lamp before me is red, and we assess whether this is true or false by comparing it with some state of affairs before us and seeing if it corresponds. And if it corresponds, it is true, and if it does not correspond, it is false. But on the basis of what can we check if something corresponds to something else? On the basis of there being something there. I can only determine if the lamp before me is red or not if I have something like a lamp revealed to me. I can only apprehend a lamp as if something like it comes across to me as intelligible. Truth is always first a sort of revealing. Truth is always first an experience of something standing forth and showing up for us. Truth is always first located in things before it is located in propositions that are narrowed down to being true or false. On the basis of the original revealing, can anything like truth as correspondence come to us as a latter phenomenon? And all of this is indicated etymologically by the word aletheia. The word lethe in Greek means literally something like covering up, concealing, or obscuring, and so on. It is most famous as the name of the river Lethe in the Greek underworld, where shades of the dead go to drink and forget their former lives. Aletheia is thus a negative version of Lethe. It is an unconcealing, an unforgetting, a disclosure. It is a sense of truth in which we let things be as they are. We set them free to be as they are in their own revealing. In a difficult essay, he defines the essence of truth as thus being freedom, which he describes as letting things be, but not in the sense of indifference or neglect. Quote, "To let be is to engage oneself with beings. On the other hand, to be sure, this is not to be understood only as the mere management, preservation, tending, and planning of the beings in each case encountered or sought out. To let be, that is, to let beings be as the beings which they are, means to engage oneself with the open region and its openness into which every being comes to stand, bringing that openness, as it were, along with itself. Western thinking in its beginning conceived this open region as ta aletheia, the unconcealed. If we translate aletheia as unconcealment rather than truth, this translation is not merely more literal. It contains the directive to rethink the ordinary concept of truth in the sense of the correctness of statements, and to think it back to that still uncomprehended disclosedness and disclosure of beings. To engage oneself with the disclosedness of beings is not to lose oneself in them. Rather, such engagement withdraws in the face of beings in order that they might reveal themselves with respect to what and how they are, and in order that presentative correspondence might take its standard from them." Unquote. Before any sense of freedom in the sense of being able to do what we like, there is freedom in the sense of being open to, receptive towards, and invested in the disclosure of what opens itself up. But there is an important takeaway from this, in that at the same time we have the ability to not take up and engage with what reveals itself. This is untruth. The point is of primary importance for Heidegger. Whenever there is some revealing, something else is concealed. Nothing can come into being and intelligibility without something else being covered up and obscured. As an example, think of how we might conceive of a tree. We might think of a tree as a fundamentally different thing than the seed that it grows out of, but if we really stop and think about it for a minute, are they really different things? What is the moment that a seed stops being a seed and becomes a tree? Suddenly it's not so clear. We see the whole interrelated process of seed to sapling to tree to decaying tree to mulch to new trees and so on, and don't know where to draw the lines anymore between things. But we ultimately are able to make sense of a seed as a different thing than a tree in our daily lives. And it's precisely because we choose to ignore a substantial amount of ways that the seed is related to other phenomena that it can show up as a seed. If we don't put up any of these barriers, then the seed won't be revealed as its own phenomenon, because we can't tease it out from the tree, the soil, the nutrients from the sun, and so on. But if we cover up its relation in this full process of growing, sprouting, decaying, becoming mulch, and so on, we can isolate the seed as a thing. There are always a huge manifold of other potential ways for things to show up and be intelligible to us, and we always have to choose some and leave others behind. Quote, "The disclosure of beings as such is simultaneously and intrinsically the concealing of being as a whole. In the simultaneity of disclosure and concealing, errancy holds sway. Errancy and the concealing of what is concealed belong to the primordial essence of truth. Freedom, conceived on the basis of the insistent existence of Dasein, is the essence of truth. The rule of the mystery in errancy, letting beings be, takes its course in open comportment. However, letting beings as such be as a whole occurs in a way befitting its essence only when, from time to time, it gets taken up in its primordial essence. Then resolute openness toward the mystery is underway into errancy as such. Then the question of the essence of truth gets asked more originally. Then the ground of the intertwining of the essence of truth with the truth of essence reveals itself." Unquote. In similar terms, Heidegger often talks about what he calls the nothing, which is this unspoken realm that everything has to define itself in contrast to. Heidegger describes this fundamental interplay and struggle between these two forces in many terms: being and the nothing, disclosure and coveredness, meaning and incoherence, and much more poetic terms in later texts. In all cases, we need to create a boundary of nihilation around whatever emerges to us. This boundary can always be reinterpreted, but it is necessary for it to be there. There must always first be beings instead of nothing, and that instead of nothing is not a simple flourish. It indicates the fact that identity and meaning is always contingent. In a 1929 text called What is Metaphysics, he describes the way that Dasein comes to define itself on the basis of the nothing in an early bridge from the framework of being and time to his later thought. Quote, "Only on the ground of the original revelation of the nothing can human existence approach and penetrate beings. But since existence in its essence relates itself to beings, those which it is not and that which it is, it emerges as such existence in each case from the nothing already revealed. Dasein means being held out into the nothing. Holding itself out into the nothing, Dasein is in each case already beyond beings as a whole. This being beyond things we call transcendence. If in the ground of its essence Dasein were not transcending, which now means if it were not in advance holding itself out into the nothing, then it could never be related to beings, nor even to itself. Without the original revelation of the nothing, no selfhood and no freedom." Unquote. Now that we can understand this interplay and struggle between concealing and revealing a little more, we can have a greater understanding of phusis. Phusis is the way that beings first and foremost come to us as a disclosure in aletheia. The sway of phusis is the unconcealed coming to stand in itself as itself. And Heidegger argues that this is evident in both Parmenides and Heraclitus if we read their words carefully and attentively. Heraclitus, fragment 123, claims, "Phusis cryptestai phile," which is traditionally translated as nature, phusis, loves to hide, or nature, phusis, keeps its secrets. Heidegger translates this fragment in a very different, much more unwieldy fashion, as, quote, "Being, emerging appearance, intrinsically inclines toward self-concealment," unquote. That is, in order for anything to be revealed, something else must be concealed. All being is a stepping out into and appearing from out of a concealment. There can be no revealing without a concealing that it emerges against. Parmenides begins his text by sketching out a contrast between the way of truth, or aletheia, and the way of opinion, or doxa. Doxa is derived from the original verb doke, and can be more or less translated as aspect in the following senses. Aspect in the sense of respect, glory, magnificence, as in the glory of God in the New Testament. Aspect as the sheer view that something offers. Aspect as merely looking so, semblance. And aspect as the view someone creates for himself, or opinion. Covering all of these meanings under one umbrella is not merely being sloppy as a result of a primitive language. It reveals a deep awareness of the essential traits of being and their connection with each other in its most original state. Heidegger argues that for the Greeks, seeming as doxa was not just a lesser distortion of what really is. For the ancients, all being had to emerge against seeming, and in a fundamental interplay with it. To quote Heidegger at length, quote, "Let us think about the sun. It rises and sets for us daily. Only a very few astronomers, physicists, and philosophers directly experience this fact otherwise, as the movement of the earth around the sun, and even they do so only on the grounds of a particular, although rather widespread, conception. But the seeming in which sun and earth stand, for example, the early morning of a landscape, the sea in the evening, the night, is an appearing. This seeming is not nothing, nor is it untrue. Neither is it a mere appearance of relations that in nature are really otherwise. This seeming is historical, and it is history, uncovered and grounded in poetry and saga, and thus an essential domain of our world. Only all effete latecomers with their overly clever wit believe they can be done with the historical power of seeming by explaining it as subjective, where the essence of this subjectivity is something extremely dubious. The Greeks experienced it otherwise. Again and again, they first had to tear being away from seeming and preserve it against seeming. Being essentially unfolds from unconcealment. Only by undergoing the struggle between being and seeming did they wrest forth being from beings, did they bring beings into constancy and unconcealment, the gods and the state, the temples and the tragedies, athletic competition and philosophy, all this in the midst of seeming, besieged by it, but also taking it seriously, knowing its power. Only with the sophists and Plato was seeming explained as, and thus reduced to, mere seeming. At the same time, being as idea was elevated to a supersensory realm. The chasm, chorismos, was torn open between the merely apparent beings here below and the real being somewhere up there. Christian doctrine then established itself in this chasm, while at the same time reinterpreting the below as the created, and the above as the creator, and with weapons thus reforged, it set itself against antiquity as paganism and distorted it. And so Nietzsche is right to say that Christianity is Platonism for the people. In contrast, the great age of Greek Dasein is a unique, creative self-assertion amid the turmoil of the multiply intertwined counterplay of the powers of being and seeming." Unquote. Why then does Parmenides spend so much time discussing the way of opinion or doxa or seeming in his poem? Because it was by no means seen as a lesser diminutive form of being for him or for the other ancient Greeks. All being takes place against and within the context of seeming. The way of truth for Parmenides is the way of aletheia, of truth as unconcealment. If we remember, he sketches out the paths of both is and is not in the way of truth. And while he immediately closes off the path of is not as something which we cannot investigate with any meaning, he still must mention it. This is because these pathways are really the paths of being and the nothing, and all being must emerge against something opaque and unknown. There can be no being without the background of annihilation that it must tear itself away from. In this interplay between being, the nothing, and seeming, we as humans must constantly answer the question of being anew. That is, we must delimit things, and in so doing, allow beings to come into presence. Far from depicting the question of being as something static and infinite, Parmenides depicts it as a constant struggle between opposing forces. And in that sense, he is closer to Heraclitus than he lets on. When Heraclitus says that all things are in flux, he refers to this constant interplay of being and seeming, and of the delimitation of things standing forth in their being. The most famous statement of this is in Fragment 53, traditionally translated as, quote, "War is the father of all and king of all, and some he shows as gods, others as humans. Some he makes slaves, others free." Unquote. A simplistic interpretation of this fragment is that it makes a sort of social Darwinist statement where in nature the strong always triumph over the weak, and that this is the necessary condition for any civilization to emerge. But this is a complete misunderstanding of the real higher meaning of this fragment. The word translated as war here is polemos in the Greek. Heidegger takes it to mean something far more broad and complex than just fighting and quarreling and combat. Polemos is a strife, and it is a strife that happens whenever there is a striving to set forth things as things and set them free to their presencing. In order for anything to appear as a thing and come forth in its own thinghood, there must be a struggle and a striving to set forth its boundaries and limits against the constant threat of the nothing and of seeming. Beings can only be drawn out of concealment with this struggle against it. And this is not the work either of gods or humans, as Heraclitus makes it clear in the fragment that it is only through the polemos, or strife, that gods and humans are disjoined and allowed to stand apart in the first place. And yet it doesn't seem to happen without human beings either. This is because it may be the case that the organisms known as Homo sapiens could exist on the planet before the primal struggle of polemos, but they only have a full sense of themselves as humans, as Dasein, as a result of it. And this largely occurs in language. All of this happens before there is any divide between mind and body, inner and outer self, intentions and behavior, and even world and self. And such was the original being in the world of the pre-Socratic Greeks. As Richard Polt says, the polemos, the strife, can never be won or resolved, but only neglected. There is always a polemos between being and the nothing, where seeming emerges. The truth we experience as unconcealment is a result of whatever the currently existing state of the polemos is. In this sense, being and seeming are no longer to be opposed. Seeming is not to be thought of as a lesser version of being. Seeming is what comes forth out of the primal struggle between being and not being. This is where Heidegger finally returns to the first division between being and becoming. Becoming, as we understand it, is a process that is transient, that can appear one way in one moment and a different way in the next. In the sense that becoming can be inconstant and pass out of presence, becoming is a seeming of being. In that way, the distinction between being and becoming is just an extrapolation of the most fundamental distinction between being and seeming. And that distinction is not a clear-cut separation of the two into separate and exclusionary realms, but a constant strife that Dasein must always be caught up in and creatively contribute toward. Once seeming was reduced to a lesser state and thought of as only mere seeming against what really is, this original conception of Greek phusis was already lost. And this was the whole basis for the next division, that of being and of thinking. We now no longer understand phusis as the emerging abiding sway, but as something that is represented. Being now becomes an object to be represented to a subject. Thinking now does not join in the interplay between being, not being, and seeming, but stands above them, representing all of them to itself as subject. Thinking now becomes the basis for all other divisions, and not just a third in addition. What is thinking in this case? Well, thinking has a science of its own beginning with Aristotle, and it is what we call logic. As Aristotle conceived it, logic is the rules for thinking. But just as metaphysics has narrowed down phusis via one particular interpretation of what it must be, so has logic narrowed down and confined the logos from which it derives itself. The whole schema of logic as the rules for thinking could only emerge after the original essence of truth had been forgotten. Only after aletheia, truth as unconcealment, was narrowed down and delimited into the scope of truth as correspondence, could something like logic come to govern it. That is because all that logic does is assert when things can be right or wrong. It turns propositions, not beings, into the locus of truth. It was only after thinking was set apart from being that logic could come to govern it. But we cannot discover any being in logic itself. Logic presupposes being. It does not allow us access to being. So we must find the original unity of phusis and logos that later became disjoined. The original understanding of the verb legein, from which the noun logos is derived, is that it means word, discourse, or talk. But in its very earliest uses, it has no essential relation to language. The original legein means to glean, to collect, to gather, to make a selection, and so on. It means to lay one thing out next to another and bring them together as one. See the word analogy, logos, which means a kind of relating, a laying out of one thing next to the other. For a piece of evidence, see the original meaning of legein as gathering in this passage from Homer's Odyssey. Quote, Amphimedon, by what disaster have you all been plunged down into the darkness of the earth, all of you prominent and of the same age? One could hardly bring together in a search throughout a polis such noble men. Unquote. It is Heraclitus who discusses logos most thoroughly, and we can understand quite a bit about the connection of the emerging sway of phusis with logos as gathering if we look at his words. These are Heidegger's extremely belabored translations of Heraclitus's first two fragments. Quote, but while logos constantly remains itself, human beings behave as those who do not comprehend, axunetoi, both before they have heard and after they have first heard. For everything becomes a being kata ton logon tonde, in accordance with and in consequence of this logos, yet they, human beings, resemble those who have never dared anything through experience, although they attempt words and works such as I carry out, laying out each thing kataphusin, according to being, and explicating how it behaves. But as for the other human beings, the other human beings as they all are, hoi polloi, the many, what they really do while awake is concealed from them, just as what they did in their sleep conceals itself from them again afterward." Unquote. Quote, "Hence one must follow the together in beings, that is, adhere to it. But whereas logos essentially unfolds as this together in beings, the mass lives as if each had his own understanding, sense." Unquote. On the basis of the above, logos in Heraclitus means something like a constant gathering. Logos is what gathers everything together in itself and holds it together. Essentially, it is via this gathering that particular beings come into presence and become understood as relating to one or another in any kind of intelligible way. This gathering is, of course, not a being in and of itself. It is the background that allows us to understand anything. It is what makes things coherent with regards to each other by gathering them in an appropriate manner. But few understand the logos itself, even when they understand everything else by means of it. And this gathering is not merely randomly accumulating things, but allowing them to have some sort of rank in the sense of order and meaning. To quote Heidegger, quote, "The ordinary version of the philosophy of Heraclitus likes to sum it up in the saying panta re, everything flows. If this saying stems from Heraclitus at all, then it does not mean that everything is mere change that runs on and runs astray, pure inconstancy, but instead it means the whole of beings in its being is always thrown from one opposite to the other, thrown over here and over there. Being is the gatheredness of this conflicting unrest." Unquote. Quote, "Gathering is never just driving together and piling up. It maintains in a belonging together that which contends and strives in confrontation. It does not allow it to decay into mere dispersion and what is simply cast down. As maintaining, logos has the character of pervasive sway, of physis. It does not dissolve what it pervades into an empty lack of opposites. Instead, by uniting what contends, the gathering maintains it in the highest acuteness of its tension." Unquote. In this sense, physis and logos are one. Logos gathers beings so that particular things can stand forth in their emergent sway. It is only with Parmenides that the logos begins to be disjoined from physis, but not in a way that fully obscures truth as unconcealment just yet. Heidegger focuses on the famous statement in Fragment 6, "Thinking and being are the same." The word for thinking here is noein. Thinking, in this sense, is connected to logos as that which allows things to stand forth via a gathering. The traditional interpretation that reads this thinking as the action of a subject is a mistake. According to this interpretation, everything that is real would be a construction of our own mental structures and seem to present us with a kind of early Kantian idealism. This interpretation is a result of reading Parmenides with contemporary biases, and it is inaccurate. Rather than thinking and being are the same, we should read it as belonging together reciprocally are apprehension and being. In Fragment 6, Parmenides claims that, quote, "It is right both to say and to think that it is what is," unquote. Here, we already have thinking together with legein, or saying, that is, logos. Thinking in Parmenides is noein. Noein is derived from nous and means apprehension. It means to let something come to us, to set ourselves up to receive what shows itself, such as troops taking up a position to receive an enemy. When Parmenides says that thinking, noein, and being, physis, are the same, he says that they are to auto. This does not mean that they are the exact same thing, but rather that they belong together in the sense of being unified as that which contends. Wherever being holds sway, apprehension too holds sway, and happens as the reception of what shows itself. There is nothing here about the human subject. Indeed, the human subject only is determined on the essence of being, and how that being comes to appearance. In his words, the determination of the essence of the human being is never an answer, but is essentially a question. and this happens first as the belonging together of being and apprehension. Apprehension is not just a faculty of the human being who already exists. It is only in the happening of apprehension that humanity itself appears and enters into history. It never first emerges as an I or as a we, but first as a historical questioning. Only in this struggle and striving do humans and God step forth. This is all difficult to understand, so we will need to have an illustration of how it occurs. It occurs in thinking that is poetic as much as in philosophical thinking, because for the pre-Socratic Greeks, philosophy was inherently poetic rather than scientific, and the division between poetry and philosophy as we know it did not exist. The illustration will come via the first choral ode of Sophocles' Antigone. This treatment of Antigone is one of the most difficult, strange, and controversial sections of Introduction to Metaphysics, but it is clearly a deeply important one. To set us up, Heidegger provides his own translation of the first choral ode. And while this is by no means an inaccurate or distorted translation, it is important to remember that we always see a great deal of Heidegger himself in his Greek translations. Quote, "Manifold is the uncanny, yet nothing uncannier than man bestirs itself, rising up beyond them. He fares forth the foaming tide amid winter's southerly tempest, and cruises through the summits of the raging clefted swells. The noblest of gods as well, the earth, the indestructibly untiring he wearies, overturning her from year to year, driving the plows this way and that with his steeds. Even the lightly gliding flock of birds he snares, and he hunts the beast folk of the wilderness, and the brood whose home is the sea, the man who studies wherever he goes. With ruses he overwhelms the beast that spends its nights on mountains and roams, and clasping with wood the rough-maned neck of the steed and the unvanquished bull, he forces them into the yoke. Into the sounding of the word as well, and into wind-swift all understanding, he found his way, and into the metal to rule over cities. He has considered, too, how he might flee exposure to the arrows of unpropitious weather and its frosts. Everywhere trying out under way, untried with no way out, he comes to nothing. A single onslaught, death, he was unable ever to resist by any flight. Even if in the face of dire illness, deft escape should be granted him. Clever indeed, for he masters skill's devices beyond expectation. Now he falls prey to wickedness, yet again valor succeeds for him. Between the ordinance of the earth and the God-sworn dispensation he fares. Rising high over the sight, losing the sight, is he for whom what is not is always for the sake of daring." Unquote. In the opening lines, the human being is referred to as to denotaton, or the uncanniest. The term denon comes from the adjective denos, which will be translated as uncanny for the rest of this text. It is not an inaccurate translation, but it will be misleading if we only understand it as uncanny in the sense of strange or uncomfortable. It is not the same sense of unheimlich or uncanny as Heidegger took as a theme in the study of anxiety in Being and Time either. Denos means something like the Old English sense of the word terrible, not in the sense of detestable, but in the sense of astounding, overwhelming, sublime. Denos signifies that which is wondrous and mighty, that which is powerful and awe-inspiring, that which is greater than we can conceive, and so on. And yet, in the manifold of uncanniness that is before us in the world, nothing stands as more uncanny than the man. Quote, "The human being is, in one word, to denotaton, the uncanniest. This saying about humanity grasps it from the most extreme limits and the most abrupt abysses of its being. This abruptness and ultimacy can never be seen by eyes that merely describe and ascertain something present at hand, even if a myriad such eyes should want to seek out human characteristics and conditions. Such being opens itself up only to poetic, thoughtful projection. We find no delineation of present-at-hand exemplars of humanity, no more than we find some blind and foolish exaltation of the human essence from beneath, from a dissatisfied peevishness that snatches at an importance that it feels is missing. We find no glorified personality. Among the Greeks there were no personalities yet, and thus nothing suprapersonal either. To the human being is to denotaton, the uncanniest of the uncanny." unquote. In the beginning, there were a number of images of man striving out to find a place for himself amidst what is overwhelming. He charts out a place in the sea and is unable to raise up the riches of the earth. Into the vast sway of being, man has to break into and cause a rupture to make his own place within it. Heidegger refers to this, somewhat uncomfortably, as doing violence. To be human is to do violence to the overwhelming manifold that comes to us and pulls us into the orientation and direction that it drives all things towards. For the uncanny shows itself as a kind of fittingness where there is some order and rank, never just a mere assemblage of things. The human Dasein has to cause a rupture in the midst of this to set up its world. It has to set a ground in the midst of the overwhelming to be the site and ground of its own world disclosure. In the next section of the ode, it moves from the mastery of the land and sea to the use of language and foundations of culture and civilization. And yet, we should never see this as a kind of evolution or perfection of the previous struggle. Dasein is always in danger of being bogged down in the familiarity and ordinariness of its surroundings. It is only by constantly returning to the inceptive struggle that it can continue to do violence and be. Quote, "We have already alluded to the fact that this is not a matter of describing and clarifying the domains and behavior of the human, who is one being among many. Instead, this is a poetic projection of human being on the basis of its extreme possibilities and limits. In this way, we have also warded off the other opinion, according to which the ode recounts the development of humanity, from a wild huntsman and a traveler by dugout canoe to a builder of cities and person of culture. These are notions from cultural anthropology and the psychology of primitives. They arise from falsely transferring a science of nature that is already untrue in itself to human being. The fundamental error that underlies such ways of thinking is the opinion that the inception of history is primitive and backward, clumsy and weak. The opposite is true. The inception is what is most uncanny and mightiest. What follows is not a development but flattening down as mere widening out. It is the inability to hold on to the inception. It makes the inception innocuous and exaggerates it into a perversion of what is great, into greatness and extension purely in the sense of number and mass. The uncanniest is what it is because it harbors such an inception, in which from overabundance everything breaks out at once into what is overwhelming and is to be surmounted." Unquote. Dasein is thus caught in a constant push and pull of falling into the familiarity and ordinariness of its surroundings, while also being driven to return to the inceptive struggle in the face of the overwhelming. However, there is something which provides it with a sense of finitude, which limits its constant tension, and gives it a boundary. The answer is the same as it was in Being and Time. It is Dasein's own death. As the ode says, death is the single thing that Dasein comes up to, and is unable to overcome or struggle against. Dasein in its finitude thus becomes a happening, in which the forces of being are wrested into an order via acts of violence. Now we may return to Parmenides. When Parmenides says that apprehension, or noein, and being, or physis, belong together, he is calling attention to this reciprocal relationship. There is an overwhelming fittingness around Dasein, and it must enact the violence of knowing in order to find its way and ground its world within it. Fragment 80 of Heraclitus says the following, quote, "It is necessary to know that war is common and justice is strife, and that all things happen in accordance with strife and necessity." Unquote. Again, we must remember that war in Heraclitus is polemos, not mere fighting and quarreling. It is the primal conflict of being, not being, and seeming that anything comes into being as physis against a background of. But when he says that justice is strife, the word being translated as justice is dike in the Greek. And justice can by no means be grasped fully merely in what goes on in law courts any more than polemos can be grasped by what goes on the battlefield. Dike means justice, but more broadly means a kind of order, a fittingness, and a sense of custom. For Heraclitus, dike is what fits together the opposed. It is an enjoining structure. It is what allows things to be set apart in physis and comes to presence. And if we remember the beginning of Parmenides' poem, the one who watches as gatekeeper over the ways of being, seeming, and the nothing is the personification of justice, or dike. This is the hint that it is only against a kind of order and fittingness that things can open up. Apprehending is always, in Heidegger's terms, a decision for being against nothing and a confrontation with seeming. It always moves humanity out of its comfort and into the uncanny. Its belonging together with being is always something that happens via a struggle. Parmenides says that it is right both to say and to think that it is what is. In the Logos, which we understand as the essence of language, humanity is able to gather things out of the overwhelming, set them into limits, and bring them to stand. Humans are the gatherers who stand and act in Logos. They tame the overwhelming and preserve it. And as truth as unconcealment always has to leave something covered and obscure, the gathering of the Logos must always make a selection and a decision. It always has to center some things above others. It does not simply gather at random, but establishes rank and measure. In so doing, Dasein must govern this unconcealment and constantly guard it against concealment and covering up. All of this has been forgotten. This inceptive understanding of the Logos was not maintained. Logos has been narrowed down from the gathering and bringing to stand of the overwhelming into merely reason and rationality. And in so doing, Aristotle's conception of the human being as zoon logon echon, an animal with logos, becomes diluted and distorted into the animal rationale of the Latin language. This first and foremost began with Plato. Plato first began to define being, that which really is, as idea, or idea. This word is derived from eidos, and literally refers to the visual appearance or look of something. Of course, anyone who has read Plato will know that his whole theory of ideas or forms is something beyond physical senses. But the reduction of the entire drama of physis to something's mere visual appearance continues to set the standard for how he apprehends being. Now it is merely the ability to be conceptualized in a mental process that defines something's being. The emerging sway that Dasein gathers in an act of violence is now lost. Aletheia, the unconcealment that unfolds in the emerging sway of physis, now becomes homoiosis and mimesis, or resemblance. Now it becomes something that correctness can be assigned to with regard to the real thing. Logos now means merely a property of assertion. It now refers to propositions being correct or incorrect. And now that assertion in each case refers to the hypokeimenon, the thing lying under, or the subject, being now displays itself in every case as ousia, or substance. Now we have been reduced to a merely mathematical understanding, where there are independent things that we attach categories like being large, being related, and being in a state to. And under Christianity, this gets further exacerbated by the idea that all things were created by God, and therefore were all thought out rationally in advance. This brings us to the final of the four divisions, and the most controversial, the division between being and the ought. This is one of the few times that Heidegger directly addresses ethics or morals as a philosophical subject. His treatment of it is brief and somewhat troubling. Becoming, seeming, and thinking have all been shown to have originally occurred along with being and not been opposed to it. In doing so, Heidegger has been able to give us at least a hint of what non-metaphysical philosophy could look like. But when we think about the entire concept of ethics, it seems to be completely mired in the language and framework of metaphysics. This makes us wonder, does post-metaphysical philosophy also have to be post-ethical? And wouldn't a philosophy free of ethics be a very dangerous one indeed? The fact that Heidegger was at this time a member and supporter of the Nazi Party, of course, makes these concerns all the more palpable. The Western sense of ethics is grounded in metaphysics. All of this begins when Plato defines being as an idea. As we already showed, this is where the understanding of nature as an emerging sway that unfolds in a dynamic fashion shifts to an understanding of nature as a series of discrete, static things that are combined and manipulated in a mathematical fashion. And part of that is Plato proclaiming that the highest idea is the idea of the good. This is the introduction of ethics as based on values, or the ought. That is to say, there emerges a contrast between what ought to be or should be, based on values, and what there is. Nature becomes a realm which is devoid of any inherent value, and all values are something that is projected onto nature by a subject. This finds its most sophisticated realization in Kant's categorical imperative, and all of it seems clearly to be caught up in the framework of subject divided from object, self divided from world, and being divided from the ought. But how would we be able to evaluate what is right and wrong, good or evil, worth doing or not, and anything else like that, without some sense of values? Heidegger has no answer in this text. He instead ends the discussion with this rather infamous passage. Quote, "With the being of values, the maximum in confusion and deracination has been reached. Yet because the expression value is starting to look worn out, especially because it also plays a role in economic theory, one now calls values totalities. With this term, however, just the spelling has changed. Although, when they are called totalities, it is easier to see what they are at bottom, namely half measures. But in the domain of the essential, half measures are always more fatal than the nothing that is so terribly feared. In 1928, there appeared the first part of a collected bibliography on the concept of value. It cites 661 publications on the concept of value. Probably by now there are 1,000. All this calls itself philosophy, in particular what is peddled about nowadays as the philosophy of National Socialism, but which has not the least to do with the inner truth and greatness of this movement, namely the encounter between global technology and modern humanity, is fishing in these troubled waters of values and totalities. Yet we can see how stubbornly the thought of values entrenched itself in the 19th century, when we see that even Nietzsche, and precisely he, thinks completely within the perspective of the representation of values. The subtitle to his projected main work, The Will to Power, is Attempt at a Revaluation of All Values. Its third book is headed Attempt at a New Positing of Values. Because Nietzsche was entangled in the confusion of the representation of values, because he did not understand its questionable provenance, he never reached the genuine center of philosophy. But even if some future thinker should reach the center again, we today can only labor to pave the way. He will not avoid entanglement either. It will just be a different entanglement. No one can leap over his own shadow." Unquote. This is a somewhat ominous conclusion. However, Frank Shallow has presented a somewhat interesting interpretation over what a Heideggerian conception of ethics without values could look like. Heidegger, like Kant before him, believes that freedom is the first and foremost condition for there to be any conception of ethics. If we are not free, we cannot be judged to be ethical or moral, because we cannot judge right or wrong without the ability to make a decision. But for Heidegger, freedom is not something we have, but is something we receive. Insofar as Dasein receives the gift of unconcealment, it can reciprocate by participating in the process of disclosure. Before there can be any freedom in the sense of being able to do as we wish, there is freedom in the sense of being open and responsive to the sway of unconcealment itself. Ethics now becomes a kind of stewardship, much as we would seek to protect and conserve the gifts we receive from the natural world. In a reciprocal relationship, we guard our freedom by promoting and guarding over the freedom we have with others. We let others be to their own free relationship with being, but in a way that is vigilant and not indifferent. This cooperative preservation of the freedom of disclosure is perhaps what ethics could look like without being bogged down in something like values. Art and poetry. The first thing to make clear is that unlike many other philosophers' writings on art and aesthetics, Heidegger's writings on art are by no means a mere footnote and addendum to his main project of ontology. For Heidegger, the study of art plays a role in his entire project of asking the question of being, and a quite substantial one. So while much of the following will have special value and implications for creators and appreciators of artworks, This is more of a bonus to the main goal of them, just as all the phenomenological insights in being and time were not there for their own sake, but for the sake of something greater. And that something greater, then and now, is to explicate the question of being in a new original fashion. His most famous text on the subject of art is called Der Ursprung des Kunstwerkes, or The Origin of the Work of Art. But this section will also chart his writings about poetry, the kind of artwork that most interested him. Heidegger wrote about poetry from the beginning of his career to the end, and we can chart quite a bit of his development through those writings. What is it, then, that is so ontologically relevant in the origin of the work of art? In the briefest terms, it is that the close study of art can reveal much about the nature of truth and historical unfolding of being. This text was first published in 1936, only 1 year after Introduction to Metaphysics. The themes and positions are largely the same, but much of the language and imagery changes. The essay is very difficult, primarily because its structure is amorphous and drifts around quite freely. Its exact structure and focus is thus often easy to lose track of, but let us attempt to summarize it. As in Being in Time and all of Heidegger's work, we have to first admit that we are inevitably caught in a hermeneutic circle. To say what art is, we have to have some conception of artworks and artists, but we can have no conception of artworks and artists without knowing what art is. And as in all of his work, the circle is not a vicious one. We only have to enter it in the correct fashion. To start with, what can we say about artworks? First and foremost, we can say that they are things. No matter how sophisticated we are as artists, we cannot get around the thingly character of works of art. Quote, "Works of art are familiar to everyone. Architectural and sculptural works can be seen installed in public places, in churches, and in dwellings. Artworks of the most diverse periods and peoples are housed in collections and exhibitions. If we consider the works in their untouched actuality and do not deceive ourselves, the result is that the works are as naturally present as are things. The picture hangs on the wall like a rifle or a hat. A painting, e.g. the one by Van Gogh that represents a pair of peasant shoes, travels from one exhibition to another. Works of art are shipped like coal from the Ruhr and logs from the Black Forest. During the First World War, Gelderland's hymns were packed into the soldier's knapsack, together with cleaning gear. Beethoven's quartets lie in the storerooms of the publishing house like potatoes in a cellar. All works have this thingly character. What would they be without it? But perhaps this rather crude and external view of the work is objectionable to us. Shippers or charwomen in museums may operate with such conceptions of the work of art. We, however, have to take works as they are encountered by those who experience and enjoy them. But even the much-vaunted aesthetic experience cannot get around the thingly aspect of the artwork. There is something stony in a work of architecture, wooden in a carving, colored in a painting, spoken in a linguistic work, sonorous in a musical composition. The thingly element is so irremovably present in the artwork that we are compelled rather to say conversely that the architectural work is in stone, the carving is in wood, the painting in color, the linguistic work in speech, the musical composition in sound. Obviously, it will be replied, no doubt, but what is this self-evidently thingly element in the work of art? Unquote. Of course, whenever we use this word thing so uncritically, what are we really talking about? What is a thing? Again, we can trace this back to the metaphysical distortions that was the subject of Introduction to Metaphysics. Traditionally, we call anything a thing that is not merely nothing. In a traditional conception, the thing is that around which many properties have assembled. It is to hypokemenon in the Greek, that which lies beneath, contrasted with to symbebekota, the characteristics that float above it or attach to it, but are not essential to it. But this old Aristotelian conception of subject and predicate doesn't really reflect the structure of the thing as we come to know it. It doesn't account for the difference we have in apprehending different kind of things, for one. We are certainly more likely to say that a stone in the road is a mere thing than a cow in the field, much less a fellow human being, and certainly much less than whatever a work of art is. In contrast to this, a popular conception from the phenomenological tradition that Heidegger rose out of is that the thing is a kind of unity of sensations, a gathering together of the manifold of sense data that we perceive the world in. Of course, the old criticism from Being and Time can be revived here. To quote Heidegger, quote, "We never really first perceive a throng of sensations, e.g. tones and noises in the appearance of things, as this thing concept alleges. Rather, we hear the storms whistling in the chimney. We hear the three-motored plane. We hear the Mercedes in immediate distinction from the Volkswagen. Much closer to us than all sensations are the things themselves. We hear the door shut in the house and never hear acoustical sensations or even mere sounds. In order to hear a bare sound, we have to listen away from things, divert our ear from them, i.e. listen abstractly." Unquote. What applies for hearing applies for any sense, of course. We never first experience something like red. We have to abstract this out of our experience of roses, of blood, of traffic lights, of fire trucks, and so on. He says that if the former Aristotelian conception keeps the thing too far away from us, then this phenomenological one brings it too close. In both extremes, the thing itself and its thinghood vanishes. The thing must be allowed to show itself in its own self-containment. This gives us a hint to the third idea, which is to see a thing as formed matter. Anything is somehow a collection of matter that we distinguish by its particular form and shape. However, this is what Being and Time called a present-at-hand understanding of entities. And we can again revive the criticism from that text. When we make use of equipment, we take it as more than just matter and form. Shoes, for example, only show themselves as the thing they really are when they are worn and used, and in doing so, far from appearing as mere formed matter, they retreat from our experience altogether and merely sit in the background of it. The whole idea of a thing as a formed piece of matter is ultimately strengthened by some 2,000 years of bias from Christian theology that takes everything as intentionally formed or constructed by God. We are biased to view things as formed matter in a worldview where God is the ultimate and final craftsman. While it seems easy, in fact, merely taking a thing in its own thing being is a very difficult thing to do when we can't rely on the understanding of it as a substance bearing properties, as a unity of sensations, or as formed matter. But to try to sit with the thing itself and take it in its own being, Heidegger begins his very difficult analysis of a painting of a pair of peasant shoes by Vincent van Gogh. Peasant shoes like these, inadequately being used as equipment, would become transparent to the user. When engaged in her work, the peasant woman in the field would not notice her shoes as a thing in and of themselves unless something had gone amiss, like a hole appearing in one of them. One would think that in a painting like this, which merely isolates the shoes as a sort of still life, their equipmental being would be denied and obscured. But the opposite is true. Heidegger sketches out the experience that this painting gives us in rather poetic terms. Quote, "From the dark opening of the worn insides of the shoes, the toilsome tread of the worker stares forth. In the stiffly rugged heaviness of the shoes there is the accumulated tenacity of her slow trudge through the far-spreading and ever-uniform furrows of the field swept by a raw wind. On the leather lie the dampness and richness of the soil. Under the soles stretches the loneliness of the field path as evening falls. In the shoes vibrates the silent call of the earth, its quiet gift of the ripening grain, and its unexpected self-refusal in the fallow desolation of the wintry field. This equipment is pervaded by uncomplaining worry as to the certainty of bread, the worldless joy of having once more withstood want, the trembling before the impending childbed and shivering at the surrounding menace of death. This equipment belongs to the earth, and it is protected in the world of the peasant woman. From out of this protected belonging, the equipment itself rises to its resting within itself. But perhaps it is only in the picture that we notice all this about the shoes. The peasant woman, on the other hand, simply wears them. If only this simple wearing were so simple. When she takes off her shoes late in the evening in deep but healthy fatigue, and reaches out for them again in the still dim dawn, or passes by them on the day of rest, she knows all this without noticing or reflecting. The equipmental being of the equipment consists indeed in its usefulness, but this usefulness itself rests in the abundance of an essential being of the equipment. We call it reliability. By virtue of this reliability, the peasant woman is made privy to the silent call of the earth. By virtue of the reliability of the equipment, she is sure of her world. World and earth exist for her, and for those who are with her in her mode of being, only thus in the equipment. We say only, and therewith fall into error, for the reliability of the equipment first gives to the simple world its security, and assures to the earth the freedom of its steady thrust." Unquote. We have not been able to apprehend the thingly nature of the thing by viewing it through any of our traditional philosophical schematics. But in the experience of this work of art, something about the thing has been revealed to us. In this painting, we have a better knowledge of what the true being of these shoes are, and not in a crude way like an illustration in a textbook. We do not come to understand what the thing is because it is reproduced in the artwork. The artwork rather captures its essence. We have come to understand the shoes because artworks are a happening of truth. As a second example, he points to a short poem by C.F. Meyer called Roman Fountain. In this poem, as in Van Gogh's painting, we experience truth happening, and the being of this fountain becomes clearer through it. Quote, "The jet ascends and falling fills the marble basin circling round. This veiling itself overspills into a second basin's ground. The second in such plenty lives, its bubbling flood a third invests, and each at once receives and gives, and streams and rests." Now, as Heidegger has consistently argued, truth, in his understanding, is aletheia. It is not merely a truth as correspondence. It is first always a disclosure. As we saw in Introduction to Metaphysics, the emergent sway of physis is something that comes out of a primal struggle, and this struggle is always historical. If truth happens in the artwork, it must be something that is received and struggled for in a particular epoch of history. In The Origin of the Work of Art, Heidegger calls this a world. In Being in Time, he defined the world of Dasein's being in the world as the nexus of intelligibility that we always find ourselves thrown into. In a sense, the world he refers to here is similar. Any historical people must take up the primal struggle and create a world out of it. And for Heidegger, works of art do this. They are a disclosure of truth. However, this also means that their world is inherently historical. The world, which is to say the nexus of intelligibility and the way things come to appear and be, of the ancient Greeks, was fundamentally different than the world of medieval Europe, as much as the world of medieval Europe was different from our world today. The world of Greek marbles is torn away from them when they are placed in museums some 2,000 years later. The world of an altarpiece from a Gothic cathedral is torn away when it is placed in a museum. The world of an ancient temple is torn away from it when it is no longer used. The world of the plays of Sophocles are torn away from them when they are not performed in their contemporary age. The world of a totem pole is torn away from it when it is moved into a museum. All of these works opened up a world, but that world is now something we can only get a sense of when we see them in museums or study them as objects of scholarship. For Heidegger, world withdrawal and world decay can never be undone. In museums and in scholarship, we can remember worlds, but we can never recreate them. On the one hand, artworks always open up a world, but if we remember, there is no opening up and revealing without a concealing and a covering up that it occurs against. This other, this mysterious realm of the unknown upon which everything rests and gets torn out of, is called Earth, in contrast to the world in the language of this text. To help us get a handle on what this looks like, he moves on to another analysis of a world-defining work, the Greek temple. Quote, "A building, a Greek temple, portrays nothing. It simply stands there in the middle of the rock-cleft valley. The building encloses the figure of the god, and in this concealment lets it stand out into the holy precinct through the open portico. By means of the temple, the god is present in the temple. This presence of the god is in itself the extension and delimitation of the precinct as a holy precinct. The temple and its precinct, however, do not fade away into the indefinite. It is the temple work that first fits together and at the same time gathers around itself the unity of those paths and relations in which birth and death, disaster and blessing, victory and disgrace, endurance and decline, acquire the shape of destiny for human being. The all-governing expanse of this open relational context is the world of this historical people. Only from and in this expanse does the nation first return to itself for the fulfillment of its vocation. Standing there, the building rests on the rocky ground. The resting of the work draws up out of the rock the obscurity of that rock's bulky yet spontaneous support. Standing there, the building holds its ground against the storm raging above it, and so first makes the storm itself manifest in its violence. The luster and gleam of the stone, though itself apparently glowing only by the grace of the sun, first brings to radiance the light of the day. The breadth of the sky, the darkness of the night. The temple's firm towering makes visible the invisible space of air. The steadfastness of the work contrasts with the surge of the surf, and its own repose brings out the raging of the sea. Tree and grass, eagle and bull, snake and cricket, first enter into their distinctive shapes and thus come to appear as what they are. The Greeks early called this emerging and rising in itself and in all things phusis. It illuminates also that on which and in which man bases his dwelling. We call this ground the earth. What this word says is not to be associated with the idea of a mass of matter deposited somewhere or with the merely astronomical idea of a planet. Earth is that whence the arising brings back and shelters everything that arises as such. In the things that arise, earth occurs essentially as the sheltering agent." Unquote. In this description, we have an idea of how artworks can reveal the nature of things even without depicting anything. Artworks are things that a historical people orients themselves around. It is not just a representation of some beliefs or conceptions that already exist, but is a happening of truth itself. A world is always set out and enacted through a struggle in great works of art. Quote, "The temple, in its standing there, first gives to things their look, and to men their outlook on themselves. This view remains open as long as the work is a work, as long as the god has not fled from it. It is the same with the sculpture of the god, a votive offering of the victor in the athletic games. It is not a portrait whose purpose is to make it easier to realize how the god looks. Rather, it is a work that lets the god himself be present and thus is the god himself. The same holds for the linguistic work. In the tragedy, nothing is staged or displayed theatrically, but the battle of the new gods against the old is being fought. The linguistic work, originating in the speech of the people, does not refer to this battle. It transforms the people's saying so that now every living word fights the battle and puts up for decision what is holy and what unholy, what great and what small, what brave and what cowardly, what lofty and what flighty, what master and what slave. See Heraclitus, fragment 53." Unquote. Think of a Greek temple or medieval cathedral. As Julian Young interprets, we should not necessarily think of these as any particular artwork, but a type of art that is instantiated over and over again by a certain historical people. A temple for the Greeks or a cathedral for the medieval Europeans does not just represent or express something that is already there. They set up the entire world of the peoples who gather around them. The Greek temple reminds a people of the sacredness of the gods and the natural world. The cathedral reminds a people of their relation of God to man and the practice of faith. A world is founded or erected by these artworks in constantly reorienting a people around what matters most. And yet, that is not all. Any great work of art does not just proffer us a world, but sets up this world against the ever-concealing background of earth that no disclosure can exist without. In Heidegger's words, earth rises up or juts through the world. Quote, "The world is the self-opening openness of the broad paths of the simple and essential decisions in the destiny of a historical people. The earth is the spontaneous forthcoming of that which is continually self-secluding, and to that extent sheltering and concealing. World and earth are essentially different from one another, and yet are never separated. The world grounds itself on the earth, and earth juts through world. Yet the relation between world and earth does not wither away into the empty unity of opposites unconcerned with one another. The world, in resting upon the earth, strives to surmount it. As self-opening, it cannot endure anything closed. The earth, however, as sheltering and concealing, tends always to draw the world into itself and keep it there." The opposition of world and earth is strife, but we would surely all too easily falsify its essence if we were to confound strife with discord and dispute, and thus see it only as disorder and destruction. In essential strife, rather, the opponents raise each other into the self-assertion of their essential natures. Self-assertion of essence, however, is never a rigid insistence upon some contingent state, but surrender to the concealed originality of the provenance of one's own being. In strife, each opponent carries the other beyond itself. Thus the strife becomes ever more intense as striving, and more properly what it is. The more strife for its part outdoes itself, the more inflexibly do the opponents let themselves go into the intimacy of simple belonging to one another. The earth cannot dispense with the open region of the world if it itself is to appear as earth in the liberated surge of its self-seclusion. The world, in turn, cannot soar out of the earth's sight if, as the governing breadth and path of all essential destiny, is to ground itself on something decisive." Unquote. In this strife of world and earth, everything first comes to intelligibility. Unconcealment itself emerges from the counterplay of world and earth. A work of art is one way that this unconcealment is set forth. We must ask now how there can be something like art that allows truth to happen. Certainly, one thing that distinguishes artworks for us is that they are, in Heidegger's words, worked and affected. That is to say, they are created. Any artwork is a bringing forth. It is something that is created. Of course, the creation of any piece of equipment is just as much a bringing forth. Chairs and tables, forks and knives, toilets and sinks, and the rest are all made just as much as paintings and sculptures are. It seems that both art and craft are to be defined by making. However, the truth is that the ancient Greeks had no word for fine arts. They had the same word for art and what we would call craft. This word is techne, and the artist and the craftsman were both called by the same name, technites. Techne is art in some sense, but has a much broader meaning. We have echoes of this broadness in our modern language when we talk about things like the art of war, the art of conversation, martial arts, and so on. It is art in a sense of a kind of know-how. Aristotle later distinguished techne from episteme as a kind of practical know-how, compared to the more theoretical knowing of episteme. But in the pre-metaphysical past, the two words techne and episteme were used almost interchangeably. On the basis of this, we can tell that the original meaning of art, then, signifies not creating, nor even making. It signifies a mode of knowing, a techne. It signifies a bringing forth of things. A technites refers both to an artist and to a craftsman, because by creating either artworks or equipment, they cause beings to come into present. To create is not craft. It is to let something emerge and come into presence. This happens in the creation of artworks, but just as much in the founding of political states, in athletic festivals, in the performances of dramas, and other ways in which a historical people comes into contact with what is most important, its own historical destiny. However, we know from Introduction to Metaphysics that the primal struggle is never something that gets resolved without humans. And this is why, for Heidegger, a great work of art must not only have a creator, but also must have its preservers. An artwork opens up a world, but that world cannot come to fruition unless it finds its people to enact it. But this is never simply a subject apprehending some object. As we know from Being in Time, Dasein never simply exists as a free-floating subject encountering objects. And of course, this is true for artworks too. For Heidegger, it is the state of Entschlossenheit, or resoluteness as defined in Being in Time, that a people must stand in to preserve the work. The work is only preserved if we stand in the sublimity of the truth that happens in it. This goes beyond all scholarship and all subjective, private experiences of the work of art. And doing all this allows us a better understanding of how to conceptualize the thing, if not as a substance bearing properties, as a unity of sensations, or as formed matter. The thing belongs to earth. It only reveals itself in the opposition and strife of earth and world. And the work helps us make that more clear and salient. Art is a setting forth of truth. All creation is a drawing up of something primal and original, like water from a spring. The word origin in this essay is Ursprung in the German, which literally means primal leap. Art is always a drawing up of something primal and original, and is always the beginning of history anew. Essentially, artworks open up a world, and that world is sustained as long as it has its preservers. Heidegger summarizes it in the following way. Quote, "The setting into work of truth thrusts up the awesome, and at the same time thrusts down the ordinary, and what we believe to be such. The truth that discloses itself in the work can never be proved or derived from what went before. What went before is refuted in its exclusive actuality by the work. What art founds can therefore never be compensated and made up for by what is already at hand and available. Founding is an overflow, a bestowal. The poetic projection of truth that sets itself into work as figure is also never carried out in the direction of an indeterminate void. Rather, in the work, truth is thrown toward the coming preservers, that is, toward a historical group of human beings. What is thus cast forth is, however, never an arbitrary demand. Truly poetic projection is the opening up of that into which human being, as historical, is already cast. This is the earth and, for a historical people, its earth. The self-secluding ground on which it rests together with everything that it already is, though still hidden from itself. But this is also its world, which prevails in virtue of the relation of human being to the unconcealment of being. For this reason, everything with which man is endowed must in the projection be drawn up from the closed ground, and expressly set upon this ground. In this way, the ground is first grounded as the bearing ground." Unquote. Like all of Heidegger's later thought, this reflection on art has a profound sense of urgency. For in the modern era, we do not approach art in this way at all. The modern understanding of art is completely dominated by aesthetics. And for Heidegger, aesthetics is as much a term of disparagement when talking about art as metaphysics is when talking about ontology. The aesthetic understanding of art is limited. In it, we distinguish fine arts as things to be contemplated in a kind of disinterested enjoyment, from crafts as things to be used without thought or care. This is completely different from the ancient conception, which views all bringing forth and the making of things as techne. In the modern aesthetic understanding of art, the value of art is all concerned with beauty. This is even more evident in the original German, where the term used for fine arts as distinct from crafts is die schöne Künste, or literally the beautiful arts. Heidegger, by contrast, almost never mentions beauty when discussing the value of art. Under the aesthetic conception, we may have a fear that equalizing the creation of fine arts with crafts will bring fine art down to a level where it no longer has any special value. In Heidegger's words from the beginning of this text, it would give us the understanding of art of shippers and charwomen. But it seems rather for Heidegger that the opposite would be the case. Returning art to one techne among others would not drag art down to the level of the mundane, but rather raise every other techne to the high level of art. Rather than beauty, what makes art so valuable is that it is a happening of truth. Beauty, as we know it, is an after effect of the original mystery and sublimity of this revelation of the struggle between world and earth. It is rather the aesthetic understanding of art that devalues and limits it. It merely makes us passive consumers of works in museums, moving from one piece to the next in a gallery, until each one blends together in the way one potato chip blends into the next when we eat a bag of them. In Heidegger's words, it turns artists into pastry chefs. And the complete supremacy of an aesthetic conception of art is what has begun to lead to the general decline of worth in modern Western art. Such is the general sketch of the argument of the origin of the work of art as I understand it. There are, however, some questions we may continue to ask with regard to it. One question that Heidegger remains somewhat unclear on is just how earth rises up through the artwork. Julian Young asks some critical questions that are worth considering. When using equipment, like shoes or utensils or whatever else, we tend to forget and ignore their material thingly quality, such as their color, their luster, and so on. On the other hand, in artworks, this thingly quality appears before us. As he says at the beginning, there is always a thingly element to any artwork. There is something to the color and texture of a painting, the weight and shape of the stone, and so on. Of course, the understanding of the material we have in encountering these works as works can never be captured in a merely weighing and measuring the qualities of materials in a scientific manner. But there is always something thingly in the work that we apprehend. And we would have to think that the value of this is more than the sheer beauty of these materials, as that would bring us back into an aesthetic conception of artists as pastry chefs, where we only passively appreciate materiality for its beauty and nothing more. In some passages, then, Heidegger seems to imply that experiencing the materiality and thingliness of artworks is a way that earth rises up through them. When we consider the thingly nature of paint on canvas, we are aware that there's a whole infinite range of other ways that this paint could have been used to become intelligible to us. The same goes for the stone used in a statue. The stone could have been formed and carved in a number of other ways, and we are aware that in its carving it is being delimited and constrained. In a sense, this unites the metaphorical use of the word earth with a more literal use of earth, in that in both cases we have to struggle to create a world of intelligibility out of earth in the sense of both the obverse side of meaning and in the sense of the literal materials we draw out of the physical planet. Julian Young, however, does raise a few objections worth considering. He agrees that certainly many great works of art only become complete via the thingliness of their material. He argues that perhaps for an ancient Greek temple, the heaviness of its stone material adds a lot to the impression of eternal solidity that it has in a way that wooden material would not. However, he gives the example of a Gothic cathedral for what seems to be an exception. Most would argue that to have a proper respect and awe of a Gothic cathedral and to feel the pull of the ascension of its impossibly vertical projection upwards, we have to precisely ignore the fact that it is made of heavy stone and feel like it's made of a kind of immaterial, ethereal stuff. It seems then that the question of how Earth rises up shouldn't be seen as settled, if there is indeed even one answer that could sum up the way all artworks do so. The other thing we should perhaps be concerned about is that Heidegger seems to view great art as an inherently communal thing. It has to find a people that enacts the world it opens to be completed and seen as a great work. But we know that there have been tons of great works of art that were not appreciated in their own time at all. How do these fit into his picture? Is there no room for works that are minor and unappreciated? What about Francisco Goya's black paintings, which not only were not appreciated in his own time, but were apparently not even intended for others to see, as they were painted as murals on his walls after he became a recluse? Julian Young thinks that this is a serious problem. However, some interpreters, like Ian Thompson, have argued that this is a misreading that focuses too closely on the example of the Greek temple. We don't need to ask the question of what Heidegger would think about a piece of art that was not appreciated in its own time. We have one in the text itself, namely the Van Gogh painting that he begins by analyzing. Everyone knows that Van Gogh was totally unappreciated until after his death. He is in fact probably the most famous example of the eternal story of the struggling artist. And yet, this painting is the one that he chooses to show the power of revealing world and earth in a modern art piece. By no means, then, should we interpret Heidegger as merely being a staunch classicist opposed to anything and everything modern. This is unfortunately a caricature of him that's too easy to fall into, given that the origin of the work of art, like Introduction to Metaphysics, was written near the height of his enthusiasm for the Nazi movement. It is all too easy to map his worship of the ancient world onto Nazi rhetoric of the worship of the past and of tradition, and the strong-armed promotion of Greek-inspired neoclassical sculpture in opposition to degenerate modern art. But a study of Heidegger's biography proves this idea as untenable. His views on art are one of the many things that makes him such a frustrating and difficult person to get a hold of. The Nazi Heidegger's taste in art could not be any more full of things that Nazi leadership would have considered prime examples of the degeneracy of modern art. To quote Julian Young, quote, Heidegger expressed, inter alia, great esteem for, in music, Igor Stravinsky and Karl Orff, In poetry, Georg Trakl, Paul Celan, René Char, Stefan George, and Rainer Maria Rilke. In architecture, for Le Corbusier. In sculpture, Bernard Heidegger and Eduardo Chillida. And in painting, Vincent van Gogh, Georges Braque, Paul Klee, and Paul Cézanne. And in the officially despised art business of modernity, he had in fact a considerable number of friends and acquaintances. Inter alios, Georg Schmidt, the Basel Gallery director and friend of Paul Klee, the art collector Ernst Behler, and the art historian Hans Janssen and Heinrich Petzet. The latter he encouraged to publish Rilke's letters on Cézanne and to pursue book projects concerned with both Cézanne and Klee. In the mid-1950s, he made a special excursion to Holland to see Van Gogh's in the newly opened Kröller-Müller Museum outside Arnhem, and was in frequent contact with the Erker Gallery in the Swiss town of St. Gallen, for which he wrote, or rather engraved on lithographer's stone, the essay on sculpture, art, and space. Not least significant is the fact that Heidegger continued, as he had done all his life, to write poetry, sometimes of considerable quality. The late Heidegger was then, in a word, up to his elbows in the art business of his times. His life, his relationships, and his judgments on individual artists are completely at odds with his generalized pronouncements on the character of modern art as such." Unquote. Thinking then about how modern art can function without becoming the domain of pastry chefs is something that it would do us well to keep in mind as we continue to discuss these writings. Ian Thompson argues that his depiction of the Greek temple is thus by no means a call for us to exactly recreate how the Greeks engaged with their great works of art. He's quite clear that world decay cannot be undone, and the world of the ancient Greeks is long gone. Rather, his evocation of the temple is meant to show what a non-aesthetic appreciation and engagement with the great artworks of a certain time has looked like in the past. And his study of the Van Gogh painting is an attempt to show how we could respond to and preserve the world opened up by the great artworks of our present. And that is precisely why Heidegger wrote this text, to help us break out of the aesthetic view of artworks and create a ground for artists and preservers operating in this new and yet ancient paradigm. All of this will become more apparent as we continue this video and talk about the particular crisis of the modern age and the appropriate way to respond to it. With that in mind, we may turn to some other texts related to the medium that Heidegger prized above all others, poetry. Reading Heidegger's later texts, it is clear that he had deeply poetic sensibilities. It should be no surprise that poetry was so important in his view. It was indeed fundamental enough for him to say, in The Origin of the Work of Art, that all art is essentially poetry. What does he mean by this? Why does poetry come before any other art? The reason is connected to the extreme priority that Heidegger attaches to language. Traditionally, the entire divide in Western philosophy between the analytic and continental sides is thought to have a great deal to do with language. The story goes that it began in the early 20th century with a movement away from solving problems on a metaphysical basis and toward solving them on a linguistic basis. This began with the work of Gottlob Frege and Bertrand Russell in the adoption of propositional logic as the fundamental work of philosophy, found a sophisticated and controversial treatment in early Wittgenstein, and has continued to be a fundamental motivating force for the analytic thinkers of greatest substance, including Rudolf Carnap, J.L. Austin, Willard von Orman Quine, and Saul Kripke, among others. Certainly, Heidegger can in no way be thought of as belonging to this analytic tradition, but for a continental thinker, he attached an enormous importance to language. In one text, he famously claims that language is the house of being. This phrase reads as something of an echo of the most famous quote from Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, that the limits of my language mean the limits of my world. What exactly does this phrase mean, that language is the house of being? Can we assume that Heidegger believes that reality is in some sense language, or that language is an irreducible aspect of reality, in the way that the early Wittgenstein seems to argue? I would argue that in some sense we can, but not if we understand language as merely an accumulation of words, and something that can be understood via rules of grammar and logic. This is all a later present-at-hand understanding of language. Language is always, first and foremost, the ground where the primal struggle of world and earth is enacted. For Heidegger, the most original form of language is never logical, but is always poetic. Quote, being as itself spans its own province, which is marked off, temnein, tempus, by beings being present in the word. Language is the precinct, templum, that is, the house of being. The nature of language does not exhaust itself in signifying, nor is it merely something that has the character of a sign or cipher. It is because language is the house of being that we reach what is by constantly going through this house. When we go to the well, when we go through the woods, we are always already going through the word well, through the word woods, even if we do not speak the words and do not think of anything related to language. Thinking our way from the temple of being, we have an intimation of what they dare, who are sometimes more daring than the being of beings. They dare the precinct of being. They dare language. All beings, objects of consciousness and things of the heart. Men who impose themselves and men who are more daring. All beings, each in its own way, are qua beings in the precinct of language. Unquote. In the emerging sway of phusis, in the strife of world and earth, things are able to come to presence, and one of the primary ways that Dasein allows this to come to fruition is through the enacting of language. We respond to the clearing of aletheia by delimiting and putting boundaries around things as concepts, as words, as proclamations, and so forth. This was prefigured in the section on discourse in Being and Time to a degree. Before there is language, there is intelligibility. In the response to the call of unfolding, we shape it and enact our historical resolve against it by responding in logos, or saying, that is, in language. In language, we gather the sway of phusis and allow things the freedom to stand in their own self-subsistence. The first and purest place that this happens is in poetry. Heidegger references and engages with many poets, but there is one who is ranked above all others as the one most central for his thought, and that is the German Romantic poet Friedrich Hölderlin. For Heidegger, Hölderlin outranks any philosopher, including Husserl, Nietzsche, and Aristotle, in terms of importance for the development of his thinking. What exactly is it that is so important about Hölderlin in particular compared to, say, Homer, Pindar, or Sophocles, all of whom are far more intimately connected to the ancient roots of Western thought that Heidegger is so concerned with? We can come to understand the particular relevance of Hölderlin, and with that, the importance of poetry for Heidegger's philosophical project as a whole, by first consulting some of Hölderlin's poems. I will follow Julian Young's analysis quite closely at times here. For a sample of his poetry that can stand as a general stylistic representative, let us take a look at his famous poem Andenken, or Remembrance. Of course, it simply cannot be captured in the English as well as it can in the original German, but we will try. Quote, "The northeast blows, my favorite among winds, since it promises fiery spirit and a good voyage to mariners. But go now and greet the lovely Garonne and the gardens of Bordeaux, where the path runs beside the steep bank and the brook falls deep into the stream, and a noble pair of oak and silver poplars look down from above. I remember it well, how the crowns of the elm trees lean over the mill, and a fig tree grows in the courtyard. On holidays, dark-skinned women walk upon the soft earth, and in March, when night and day are equal, cradling breezes waft across the gentle pathways heavy with golden dreams. But someone hand me the fragrant cup full of dark light, that I may rest. It would be sweet to sleep among the shadows. It isn't good to stay mindless with transient thoughts. A conversation is also good, to speak the thoughts of the heart, and to hear much of days of love and of deeds that occur. But where are our friends, Bellarmine and his companion? Many are afraid to go to the source, since treasure is first found in the sea. Like painters, they gather up earth's beauty, and they don't scorn winged war, or to live alone for years beneath the bare mast, where the city's festivities don't brighten the night, nor the sound of strings and native dancing. But now the men have gone off to the Indies, from the windy peaks and vine-covered hills, where the Dordogne comes down with the great Garonne, wide as an ocean, the river flows outward. But the sea takes and gives memory, and love fixes the eye diligently, and poets establish that which endures." Unquote. Consider this last line. Poets establish that which endures. In here we see the ancient conception of a work, as something that opens up a world and calls for its preservers. Hölderlin's poetry is so special precisely because it is a remembrance. His works, which are permeated with Greek imagery and highly enigmatic and obscure, are an experience of nature as physis. His work again opens up language as that which responds to the unfolding of being, and stands in the presence of the emergent sway. And this is all the more important to do as our current age is one of darkness and desolation for Heidegger. We live in a time where the gods have abandoned us. We can only come face to face with this crisis by first recognizing it and responding in an appropriate fashion. The sense of holy mourning that permeates Hölderlin's poetry is the attitude we must acquaint ourselves with. Julian Young argues that there is an evolution in Heidegger's thought that can be traced over the course of his many writings on Hölderlin. At first, he seems to believe that the ancient Greek heritage evoked in Hölderlin's poetry and the renaissance of thought to happen among the German people were to be one and the same. The same gods would return. Again, we can think that some of this may have been due to the influence of Nazi rhetoric. It is, however, a difficult idea to preserve. More than anything, it is difficult because Hölderlin's Greek gods are very different from the ones we see in authentic Greek sources. They are a Romantic-era conception of the Greek gods, and show clear influence from Judeo-Christian thought and values. It makes sense then that Heidegger would become far more pessimistic about the idea of a world from the past coming back to life. Instead, it seems that there must be new gods, new thinking, and new works that will unite people and bring them in touch with the most important and holy aspects of their being once more. There is nothing holy and uniting in the modern age, and Hölderlin's value is to show us a path toward what something like the holy might look like. It should be obvious that Heidegger means nothing like a traditional Christian religious conception when he talks about something like the holy. The fact that he almost always refers to gods in the plural rather than God in the singular should be proof enough of how far he removed himself from his Catholic roots in his thinking. But his conception doesn't even seem to map onto a traditional pagan conception when he uses phrases like gods and holy either. Much of this will only become more clear in later texts, but it is clear that he sees gods as a sort of personification and manifestation of the holy, meaning the mystery and sublimity of being, something which is very broad and could be defined in many ways. In a particularly difficult essay, Heidegger asks the question, what are poets for in a destitute time? This essay was written in 1946, which was certainly as destitute a time as the German nation had probably ever experienced in its history. But for Heidegger, the ruins of war and fascism were only the outward effects of something far larger. This question itself is taken from the seventh strophe of Hölderlin's elegy, Bread and Wine. Quote, "But friend, we come too late. It's true that the gods live, but up over our heads, up in a different world. They function endlessly up there, and seem to care little if we live or die, so much do they avoid us. A weak vessel cannot hold them forever. Humans can endure the fullness of the gods only at times. Therefore, life itself becomes a dream about them, but perplexity and sleep assist us, distress and nighttime strengthen, until enough heroes have grown in the bronze cradle, with hearts as strong as the gods as it used to be. Thundering they arise. Meanwhile, I often think it is better to stay asleep than to exist without companions, just waiting it out, not knowing what to do or say. In the meantime, what use are poets in times of need? But you'll say they're like holy priests of the wine god, moving from land to land in the holy night." Unquote. Heidegger spells out the true destitution of our time in more extreme terms. Quote, For Hölderlin's historical experience, the appearance and sacrificial death of Christ marked the beginning of the end of the day of the gods. Night is falling. Ever since the united three, Heracles, Dionysus, and Christ, have left the world, the evening of the world's age has been declining towards its night. The world's night is spreading its darkness. The era is defined by the god's failure to arrive, by the default of God. But the default of God, which Hölderlin experienced, does not deny that the Christian relationship with God lives on in individuals and in the churches. Still less does it assess this relationship negatively. The default of God means that no God any longer gathers men and things unto himself, visibly and unequivocally, and by such gathering disposes the world's history and man's sojourn in it. The default of God forebodes something even grimmer, however. Not only have the gods and the god fled, but the divine radiance has become extinguished in the world's history. The time of the world's night is the destitute time, because it becomes ever more destitute. It has already grown so destitute, it can no longer discern the default of God as a default." Unquote. Again now we ask, what are poets for in a destitute time? Let us look at the analogy of Hölderlin once more. He compares poets in times of need to priests of the wine god Dionysus. That is, rather than priests at a large public festival that gathers an entire people in splendor, they are private cultist followers. They move quietly and subtly in the night. They confront danger and risk failure, fully aware of the abyss that surrounds them. They act in secret, on the traces of something greater, but still must wait for it to make itself manifest, in a kind of holy mourning and with attentive eyes and ears. In Heidegger's words, poets exist in this age to chase out the traces of the fugitive gods. Poets cannot force the appearance of new gods. The most they can do is consecrate a ground for the gods, who they await, and look for signs of their coming. Technology and Enframing. Okay, up until now, in every section, I've talked about the crisis of our age, the danger of our age, and how destitute it is. This theme runs throughout all of later Heidegger. His later writings are poetic and beautiful, they are reflective and mysterious, but they are also written with an unmistakable sense of urgency. They again and again refer to how much of a crisis is unfolding in the modern age. Now it's finally time to really explain what this crisis and danger is. And the answer is actually pretty simple. It is technology. More accurately, it is the essence of machination or technicity that underlies modern technology, which is something we almost never have as much of a sense of. But this technicity has had, is having, and will continue to have profound implications that few of us really understand and that we remain inadequate to prepare ourselves for without a deep reevaluation of philosophy as we understand it. Heidegger was a rustic. It shouldn't surprise us that he felt some degree of fear and apprehension at the rapidly industrializing world. But it is important to avoid simplifying what his concern really was, which is something very complicated and nuanced. Heidegger was not Ted Kaczynski. He didn't reject everything modern in technology as a matter of principle. He drove a car, he used an electric typewriter, and in his final years he even became quite fond of watching soccer matches on his neighbor's television set. So his problem was not necessarily with new technology as a whole. He understood that humans couldn't merely reject everything and roll back the Industrial Revolution. They could not do this even if all modern technology were destroyed in a freak solar flare accident, because the technicity has already fundamentally affected us in our essence. In a sense, the danger of technicity is even before any ecological concerns about the overuse of Earth's resources and degradation of wild nature, although these are problems that Heidegger was deeply concerned with and that have made and will make his work relevant for generations of ecologists. The central text on this theme is called Die Frage nach der Technik, or The Question Concerning Technology, and it was published in 1949. However, the problem of technicity is one that permeates all of Heidegger's later philosophy. By the end of his career, it is, in fact, precisely the crisis of modern technology that orients all of modern philosophy for him. With that in mind, we can try to sketch out the general argument of The Question Concerning Technology and some other technology-related texts that touch on the same points. What, indeed, is technology? First and foremost, we tend to think of technology as a means to an end. Technology refers to the way that we create and use tools to accomplish certain goals. And in that sense, it is a human activity as well. It is something humans involve themselves with in order to accomplish certain goals. The thought goes, a radar station may be a much more complex mechanism than a weather vane, but both are at the end of the day instruments designed and used to help us accomplish certain goals, in this case, tracking the weather. But we will pass over the real essence of technology and what is essentially unfolding in modern technology if we only view technology as a means to an end and an instrument that is orchestrated via human activity. If technology is a means to an end, then it must stand in relation to that end. It must bring about that end. In short, it must be a cause that brings about an effect. Modern technology stands somehow in the scope of causality. But from where does this view of causality come from originally? The most sophisticated understanding of causality that we begin with in Western philosophy comes from Aristotle, who proposes 4 causes, that is, 4 explanations of how something comes to be. 1, the material cause, the material of a thing that causes it to come into existence. In the case of a chalice, the material cause is the silver it is made out of. The formal cause, the appearance, form, shape, and so on into which the material enters. In the case of the chalice, it would be the way that the silver is turned into the form of a chalice rather than that of a brooch or a ring. The final cause, traditionally thought of as the purpose for which something comes into existence, but this is a simplification. It is what gathers and confines the thing in advance, what bounds the thing and keeps it bound. In the case of the chalice, it is the sacrificial rite in which it will be ritually used. And the efficient cause, that which brings about the effect in the end. In the case of the chalice, it is the silversmith who makes it. Now, centuries' worth of scholastic theology and modern rationalist thinking has obscured the original Greek sense of the word cause. In the modern age, we have a very narrow understanding of what a cause is. We think of it as the direct event or object that predates the other, the event, chronologically, and directly has it metaphysically follow after it like a link in a chain. Under this conception, only number 4, the efficient cause, the silversmith, really counts as a cause in the sense of flipping the light switch causes the lights to come on. So why are these other 3 counted as causes? What does cause even mean in this case? What is it that unites all these 4 modes as things that can be called causes? The word causa, or casus in the Latin, is derived from the verb cadere, meaning to fall. Cause, therefore, comes to mean that which inevitably comes about, that which comes out as a result in such and such a way. This is already a distortion of the Greek word aition. Aition means that to which something is responsible, that to which something is indebted. All of these 4 causes are ways in which something becomes responsible for something else. Of course, responsible for does not mean anything like bearing responsibility in a moral sense. Rather, it means that they are all ways that they allow the thing, the chalice, to come to presence. They are all forms of bringing forth the thing. The word that the ancient Greeks used for this was poiesis. Poiesis occurs whenever something goes forth into presencing. Poiesis happens with the opening of buds from new flowers, the ray of sun bursting from behind the cloud, the wind sweeping through the tall stalks of grass in the field, and so on. But it also happens with human making. In art and craft, human beings make things and bring them to presence. The craftsman creates a boat from the carving and accumulation of wooden boards just as much as the poet brings forth an understanding of things in his words. Indeed, the word poetry is etymologically derived from poiesis. That is because poetry is always a bringing forth, an allowing of something to stand in its presence. It is a fulfillment of the emergent sway of phusis. In the origin of the work of art, it became clear that all forms of creation and making in this sense are techne. A craftsman or statesman is a technites as much as a painter or poet is. And that is because a techne at its root is connected to episteme, meaning knowledge. Techne refers to a kind of knowing. Techne is a way in which truth, aletheia, first happens as disclosure. Techne is a sense of knowing in the sense of receiving the revelation of truth. And as we know, techne is the word that is the root of our modern concept of technology. Now we see the true essence of technology more clearly. While we thought that technology was merely a kind of human activity of using tools to accomplish goals, it is something deeper. Technology is a form of revealing. It is a mode of bringing things forth to stand in their presence. And this is where the particular nature of modern technology as a distinct thing from antique technology becomes clear and becomes disturbing. A radar station and a weather vane may be indistinct in their essence if we view them both as tools used to accomplish a certain goal. But if we compare them in terms of how they reveal things and allow them to stand in their presence, they are completely different. John Steinbeck had a sense of this in The Grapes of Wrath, in this evocative passage on the introduction of mechanical equipment to a traditional farm. Quote, "The driver sat in his iron seat, and he was proud of the straight lines he did not will, proud of the tractor he did not own or love, proud of the power he could not control. And when that crop grew and was harvested, no man had crumbled a hot clod in his fingers and let the earth sift past his fingertips. No man had touched the seed or lusted for the growth. Men ate what they had not raised, had no connection with the bread. The land bore under iron, and under iron gradually died, for it was not loved or hated. It had no prayers or curses." Unquote. Heidegger speaks of the same thing in language that is more philosophical, but by no means less poetic. For him, something like a simple weather vane reveals nature and brings forth things in the sense of poiesis. A modern radar station, or any other piece of modern technology, on the other hand, reveals things as what he calls a herausfordern, or a challenging forth. It challenges things to stand before it in an unreasonable demand. A lengthy passage will make it clear exactly what he means by this. Quote, "In contrast, attractive land is challenged in the hauling out of coal and ore. The earth now reveals itself as a coal mining district, the soil as a mineral deposit. The field that the peasant formerly cultivated and set in order appears differently than it did when to set in order still meant to take care of and maintain. The work of the peasant does not challenge the soil of the field. In sowing grain, it places seed in the keeping of the forces of growth and watches over its increase. But meanwhile, even the cultivation of the field has come under the grip of another kind of setting in order, which sets upon nature. It sets upon it in the sense of challenging it. Agriculture is now the mechanized food industry. Air is now set upon to yield nitrogen, the earth to yield ore to yield uranium, for example. Uranium is set upon to yield atomic energy, which can be unleashed either for destructive or for peaceful purposes. The setting upon that challenges the energies of nature is an expediting, and in two ways. It expedites in that it unlocks and exposes. Yet that expediting is always itself directed from the beginning toward furthering something else, i.e. toward driving on to the maximum yield at the minimum expense. The coal that has been hauled out in some mining district has not been produced in order that it may simply be at hand somewhere or other. It is being stored. That is, it is on call, ready to deliver the sun's warmth that is stored in it. The sun's warmth is challenged forth for heat, which in turn is ordered to deliver steam whose pressure turns the wheels that keep a factory running. The hydroelectric plant is set into the current of the Rhine. It sets the Rhine to supplying its hydraulic pressure, which then sets the turbines turning. This turning sets those machines in motion whose thrust sets going the electric current, for which the long-distance power station and its network of cables are set up to dispatch electricity. In the context of the interlocking processes pertaining to the orderly disposition of electrical energy, even the Rhine itself appears to be something at our command. The hydroelectric plant is not built into the Rhine River, as was the old wooden bridge that joined bank with bank for hundreds of years. Rather, the river is dammed up into the power plant. What the river is now, namely a water power supplier, derives from the essence of the power plant. In order that we may even remotely consider the monstrousness that reigns here, let us ponder for a moment the contrast that is spoken by two titles, the Rhine as dammed up into the power works, and the Rhine as uttered by the artwork in Hölderlin's hymn by that name. But it will be replied, the Rhine is still a river in the landscape, is it not? Perhaps, but how? In no other way than as an object on call for inspection by a tour group, ordered there by the vacation industry. The revealing that rules throughout modern technology has the character of a setting upon, in the sense of a challenging forth. Such challenging happens in that the energy concealed in nature is unlocked. What is unlocked is transformed. What is transformed is stored up. What is stored up is in turn distributed, and what is distributed is switched about ever anew. Unlocking, transforming, storing, distributing, and switching about are ways of revealing, but the revealing never simply comes to an end. Neither does it run off into the indeterminate. The revealing reveals to itself its own manifoldly interlocking paths, through regulating their course. This regulating itself is, for its part, everywhere secured. Regulating and securing even become the chief characteristics of the revealing that challenges." Unquote. Such is the unconcealment of modern technology. In it, everything is ordered to be available, to stand by, and to be able to be further used at will. His word for this is Bestand, or standing reserve. Under modern technology, everything in nature comes to present itself not as its own self, but as standing reserve. It is worth noting, however, that the whole crisis of modern technology here is something deeper and more profound than merely a statement of concern about the reckless overuse of Earth's natural resources. Of course, it is very prescient as an ecological text when we consider the year that this essay was completed, 1949. Heidegger thus wrote this essay right as mankind first attained the ability to drive themselves to complete extinction. On the one hand, by the creation of nuclear weapons with unheard-of powers of destruction, and on the other hand by the transition from the Holocene to the Anthropocene epoch, right as mankind began to hold sway and begin heating the Earth's climate via the excess release of greenhouse gases. Heidegger, if we want to get mystical, perhaps was privy in a kind of intuitive, non-scientific way to the great environmental precipice on which mankind stood in 1949. However, what Heidegger sees as the crisis of technology comes before the creation of any particular technological machines and before the degradation of any particular part of the natural world. The first crisis comes in how things open up to and reveal themselves to man, as standing reserve. This revealing is not itself something that happens independently of humans, but it is not something that we as humans can ourselves control. It is something we can only respond to. Quote, "The forester, who measures the felled timber in the woods and who to all appearances walks the forest path in the same way his grandfather did, is today ordered by the industry that produces commercial woods, whether he knows it or not. He is made subordinate to the orderability of cellulose, which for its part is challenged forth by the need for paper, which is then delivered to newspapers and illustrated magazines. The latter in their turn set public opinion to swallowing what is printed so that a set configuration of opinion becomes available on demand. Yet precisely because man is challenged more originally than are the energies of nature, i.e. into the process of ordering, he never is transformed into mere standing reserve. Since man drives technology forward, he takes part in ordering as a way of revealing. But the unconcealment itself, within which ordering unfolds, is never a human handiwork, any more than is the realm man traverses every time he as a subject relates to an object. Where and how does this revealing happen if it is no mere handiwork of man? We need not look far. We need only apprehend in an unbiased way that which has already claimed man so decisively that he can only be man at any given time as the one so claimed. Wherever man opens his eyes and ears, unlocks his heart, and gives himself over to meditating and striving, shaping and working, entreating and thanking, he finds himself everywhere already brought into the unconcealed. The unconcealment of the unconcealed has already appropriated whenever it calls man forth into the modes of revealing allotted to him. When man, in his way, from within unconcealment, reveals that which presences, he merely responds to the call of unconcealment, even when he contradicts it. Thus, when man, investigating, observing, pursues nature as an area of his own conceiving, he has already been claimed by a way of revealing that challenges him to approach nature as an object of research, until even the object disappears into the objectlessness of standing reserve." Unquote. One might object to this by pointing out that surely there were times in the past when people saw things as standing reserve. This is completely true. The medieval peasant would have at least sometimes looked out over his field, and the first thing on his mind would have been how his yield has been. Humans have been using the natural resources of the earth around them as long as human civilization has existed. The problem is not that we can sometimes see things as standing reserve. We have always had the capacity to. The problem is that under the sway of modern technology, all other ways of revealing get suppressed. Everything in the modern world comes to be seen as standing reserve. We even start to see other humans as mere standing reserve. Think of the talk of having a supply of patients for a clinic. Think of how what used to be called personnel departments are now called human resources. And these are just examples from Heidegger's essay. It is necessary, then, to create a term that refers to the manner of modern revealing, that turns everything into standing reserve and suppresses all other modes. Heidegger's word for it is Gestell. This word originally means a frame in the sense of something like a book rack. Stellen means a setting, but this kind of setting is a forceful one that constrains us. The word Gestell is thus translated as inframing. Whenever we try to open ourselves up to the emergent sway of physis, we find ourselves inevitably in the realm of inframing, forced to view things as standing reserve. Even when we come across truly wild and open nature in somewhere like a national park, its value is still locked into the mode of inframing. Its value is now precisely that it is not yet standing reserve, or perhaps more accurately, that it is standing reserve that is still left alone and untouched. Even when we try to contradict the nature of inframing, we still find ourselves in its framework. This problem, then, seems to be one that not merely the creation of more national parks will help us fix. When did this era of inframing begin? It did not occur all at once. The domination of inframing was more serious in 1949 than it was in 1927, at the beginning of Heidegger's career. It was undoubtedly more serious then than it was at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the late 1700s, and we can be almost certain that its dominion today is more extreme than Heidegger could have ever imagined. But where does it come from? If the ancients could use and make their own machines and devices and use the natural resources of the earth, without being trapped in the realm of inframing, why can't we? Heidegger's answer seems to be that inframing begins with the scientific revolution around the late 16th to early 17th century, as exemplified by the dominance of Newtonian physics. It is under modern science that nature first gets entrapped as what he calls a calculable coherence of forces. It is under modern physics that we first get a revealing that turns everything into extension, number, mass, and calculation. It is under this modern sense of physics that 3 of the 4 causes are dispensed of, and only the efficient cause is left. This is because only the efficient cause can be understood in terms of pure ordering and calculation. Everything now begins to only show and reveal itself by terms of the coherence of cause and effect. The whole view of modern physics, of modern mathematics, and so on, is a calling forth that orders the stuff of nature to stand forth as standing reserve for use. In the past, there were more safeguards against this inframing, and now there are very few. In an essay called The Age of the World Picture, he makes it clear that inframing is not a problem that can be solved by substituting one view, outlook, or picture of the world for another one which is more correct or more useful. The entire process of creating a picture or view of the world is precisely the result of inframing in the first place. We can only make ourselves a picture or view of the world to take or reject if we first turn the world into something to be ordered, manipulated, and arranged for our purposes. It doesn't matter if we have a rationalistic understanding where one objective world picture is the correct one, or a postmodernist understanding where there are a great variety of culturally relative and constantly evolving world pictures. The fact that the world can become a picture for us to take up at all is because of inframing. Since man must always first respond to what is revealed and unconcealed, there doesn't seem to be a way for modern man to escape inframing at first glance. Heidegger thus calls it a Geschick, or a destining. It seems to be that which determines and sets the direction for our path in history. But there is a supreme danger in this. In Heidegger's words, in the midst of all that is correct, the true will withdraw. All will begin to show itself under the guise of orderability and calculation. Even God himself, under this light of thought, becomes a mere causa prima, or first cause, when he is revealed in theology, the modern science of religion, rather than under faith. And the final most extreme peril will raise its head when man will no longer encounter even himself on the earth. Quote, as soon as what is unconcealed no longer concerns man even as object, but exclusively as standing reserve, and man in the midst of objectlessness is nothing but the orderer of the standing reserve, then he comes to the very brink of a precipitous fall. That is, he comes to the point where he himself will have to be taken as standing reserve. Meanwhile, man, precisely as the one so threatened, exalts himself in postures as lord of the earth. In this way, the illusion comes to prevail that everything man encounters exists only insofar as it is his construct. This illusion gives rise in turn to one final delusion. It seems as though man everywhere and always encounters only himself. Heisenberg has with complete correctness pointed out that the actual must present itself to contemporary man in this way. In truth, however, precisely nowhere does man today any longer encounter himself, i.e. his essence. Man stands so decisively in subservience to the challenging force of enframing, that he does not grasp enframing as a claim, that he fails to see himself as the one spoken to, and hence also fails in every way to hear in what respect he exists, in terms of his essence, in a realm where he is addressed so that he can never encounter only himself." Unquote. This is the real crisis of modern technology that comes before anything else. Quote, "The threat to man does not come in the first instance from the potentially lethal machines and apparatus of technology. The first actual threat has already affected man in his essence. The rule of enframing threatens man with the possibility that it could be denied to him to enter into a more original revealing and hence to experience the call of a more primal truth." Unquote. Is there then anything we can do about this state of affairs? Is this a fatalistic essay that sketches out our situation as hopeless? Not quite. In the essay, Heidegger makes it clear that the destining of enframing can simply not be avoided in the modern age. We cannot run away from enframing, but we do have a choice in how we choose to respond to the revealing under it. Quote, "Enframing as a challenging forth into ordering sends into a way of revealing. Enframing is an ordaining of destining, as is every way of revealing. Bringing forth, poiesis, is also a destining in this sense. Always the unconcealment of that which is goes upon a way of revealing. Always the destining of that which is goes upon a way of revealing. Always the destining of revealing holds complete sway over men. But that destining is never a fate that compels, for man becomes truly free only insofar as he belongs to the realm of destining, and so becomes the one who listens, though not one who simply obeys. The essence of freedom is originally not connected with the will or even with the causality of human willing. Freedom governs the free space in the sense of the cleared, that is to say, the revealed. To the occurrence of revealing, i.e. of truth, freedom stands in the closest and most intimate kinship. All revealing belongs within a harboring and a concealing. But that which frees, the mystery, is concealed and always concealing itself. All revealing comes out of the free, goes into the free, and brings into the free. The freedom of the free consists neither in unfettered arbitrariness nor in the constraint of mere laws. Freedom is that which conceals in a way that opens to light, in whose clearing shimmers the veil that hides the essential occurrence of all truth, and lets the veil appear as what veils. Freedom is the realm of the destining that at any given time starts a revealing on its way." Unquote. Quote, "But when we consider the essence of technology, we experience enframing as a destining of revealing. In this way, we are already sojourning within the free space of destining, a destining that in no way confines us to a stultified compulsion to push on blindly with technology, or, what comes to the same, to rebel helplessly against it and curse it as the work of the devil. Quite to the contrary, when we once again open ourselves expressly to the essence of technology, we find ourselves unexpectedly taken into a freeing claim." Unquote. "We will inevitably be pushed towards an extreme danger, but it may indeed be that this extreme danger is what is needed to make us aware of the dominion of enframing, and begin to envision a way to safeguard against it. It may make us recall the ancient sense of techne, where technology could exist as a contribution towards poiesis along with art. It may make us realize the importance of non-technical modes of revealing and begin to respond to them again. We can only continue to question and think in the right manner in order to prepare for this if it can indeed happen." Quote, "On the one hand, enframing challenges forth into the frenziedness of ordering that blocks every view into the appropriative event of revealing, and so radically endangers the relation to the essence of truth. On the other hand, enframing appropriates for its part in the granting that lets man endure, as yet inexperienced, but perhaps more experienced in the future, that he may be the one who is needed and used for the safekeeping of the essence of truth. Thus the rising of the saving power appears. The irresistibility of ordering and the restraint of the saving power draw past each other like the paths of two stars in the course of the heavens. But precisely this, their passing by, is the hidden side of their nearness. When we look into the ambiguous essence of technology, we behold the constellation, the stellar course of the mystery. The question concerning technology is the question concerning the constellation in which revealing and concealing, in which the essential unfolding of truth propitiates. But what help is it to us to look into the constellation of truth? We look into the danger and see the growth of the saving power." Unquote. Dwelling and the Fourfold. We now have a general sense of the crisis that motivates Heidegger's later thought. To move into a post-metaphysical philosophy will be essential in response to the crisis of Enframing. Between the years 1949 to 1951, Heidegger wrote a few extremely mysterious texts that attempted to give a sketch of what an alternative looks like. Perhaps the best way to enter into these texts is that they sketch out something more positive in contrast to the negativity of the question concerning technology. We know that nowadays we are compelled constantly to view all things of nature as standing reserve. But what would an alternative look like? How is man to live on the earth? And does this reveal something important about who we are at our core and our being? We can turn to Hölderlin once more for a good way into understanding it. Quote, "May, if life is sheer toil, a man lift his eyes and say, 'So, I too wish to be'? Yes. As long as kindness, the pure, still stays with his heart, man not unhappily measures himself against the Godhead. Is God unknown? Is he manifest like the sky? I'd sooner believe the latter. It's the measure of man. Full of merit, yet, poetically, man dwells on this earth. But no purer is the shade of the starry night, if I might put it so, than man, who's called an image of the Godhead. Is there a measure on earth? There is none." Unquote. Poetically, man dwells on this earth. The word dwelling becomes paramount to Heidegger's later thought. We already see this word a fair amount in Being in Time. When sketching out Dasein's being in the world, he makes it clear that Dasein is never just plopped down into the midst of physical space. Dasein is in the world insofar as it dwells in the world. It belongs to and is at home in the world it finds itself in. Instead of something like time, it is now dwelling that Heidegger focuses on as the determining horizon of grasping the being of Dasein in his later work. How do we get at this understanding of dwelling? Well, at the time that Heidegger first wrote these texts, dwelling was quite an issue. In the midst of the devastation of World War II, housing shortages were endemic to Germany and many other parts of Europe. And one of the primary forces contributing to the destruction of wild nature was and is the expansion of urban development. Dwelling is certainly anything but an abstract concern. We all must inevitably find a place to live and keep secure. But where does man dwell on the earth? Must we be at home to dwell? Do we not dwell in places like schools and railway stations, even if we do not consider them our homes? Is a working woman not at home in a spinning mill, even if she does not dwell there? As usual, the best way to begin to come into closer contact with the real nature of things is through a careful study of language. The word for building in the sense of mere construction in German is bauen. It can be traced back to the Old English and High German word for building, blan, which means to dwell. And we have a trace of it in the word neighbor, both in English and German. In Old English, the word for neighbor is Nährgebur, made of Nähe, near, and Gebur, dweller. The same is true in the High German Nachgebauer, which comes to be shortened to Nachbar, or neighbor. The neighbor is a near dweller, one who dwells nearby. And yet, what does this dwelling mean? Certainly it does not mean merely sitting there or lying inert. It means having a profession, doing business, moving this way and that, and so on. All that we do and are is invoked in this verb dwelling. The wide scope of this dwelling sneaks by us unnoticed in the German, but is evident whenever we speak of ourselves. In German, to say I am or you are, we say ich bin or du bist. In this case, we use the word bin or bis, which is itself derived from bauen. Thus, when we say I am or you are in the German, we are already saying I dwell and you dwell. We are insofar as we dwell. But on what do we dwell in this era? What sense of place is there in which to dwell? In the modern era of technicity, under the constant assault of enframing, it is hard to say. This is mostly because of something that Heidegger already noticed back in Being and Time. If we remember the discussion of Dasein's being in the world, there is always some sort of spatiality in the disclosure of our there, and this phenomenological distance does not necessarily map onto the physical, metrical space we understand in science. A painting in an art gallery is far closer to us in terms of standing out more in our experience than the glasses on our face. The friend we talk to on the phone is far closer than the inert phone in our hand. Of course, the omnipresence of modern technology has completely changed any traditional notion of distance. We can read the following passage written in 1951 and only imagine how much more it applies today. Quote, "All distances in time and space are shrinking. Man now reaches overnight by plane places which formerly took weeks and months of travel. He now receives instant information by radio of events which he formerly learned about only years later, if at all. The germination and growth of plants which remained hidden throughout the seasons is now exhibited publicly in a minute on film. Distant sites of the most ancient cultures are shown on film as if they stood this very moment amidst today's street traffic. Moreover, the film attests to what it shows by presenting also the camera and its operators at work. The peak of this abolition of every possibility of remoteness is reached by television, which will soon pervade and dominate the whole machinery of communication." Unquote. And yet, Heidegger says, this ruthless conquest of all distances brings no real nearness. Everything gets placed at the same equal distance, and thus robbed of any special meaning it might have to us, and any being we could have toward it. How do we dwell on the earth when nothing stands out in the right way, and is both equally far and equally near? The answer is that we must let things free to be things in their own fashion. His distinctive terminology for this is a thing thinging. When a thing is allowed to thing, it will come near us in a way that is more genuine than merely some spatial or temporal relation. We can remember the discussion of logos in Introduction to Metaphysics that defines it as a gathering. Any thing thinging does so by a gathering. In these later texts, however, Heidegger no longer conceives of this in terms of a primal strife and struggle between world and earth. He instead describes a thing thinging as a thing gathering what he calls the fourfold of earth, sky, divinities, and mortals. What do these airy, strange, somewhat religious-sounding terms indicate? The passages that seek to explain the nature of the fourfold and the manner in which a thing thinging unites them are some of the most difficult and enigmatic in the entire Heideggerian corpus. I will have to quote him at considerable length to even come close to capturing it. Quote, "Earth is the serving bearer, blossoming and fruiting, spreading out in rock and water, rising up into plant and animal." Unquote. Quote, "The sky is the vaulting path of the sun, the course of the changing moon, the wandering glitter of the stars, the year's seasons and their changes, the light and dusk of day, the gloom and glow of night, the clemency and inclemency of the weather, the drifting clouds and blue depth of the ether." Unquote. Quote, "The divinities are the beckoning messengers of the Godhead. Out of the holy sway of the Godhead, the God appears in his presence or withdraws into his concealment." Unquote. Quote, "The mortals are the human beings. They are called mortals because they can die. To die means to be capable of death as death. Only man dies, and indeed continually, as long as he remains on earth under the sky before the divinities." Unquote. If we are to offer some very brief definitions then, Earth seems to clearly refer to the natural world in some sense, but it seems to be something here inhabited poetically rather than understood scientifically. It may be in some sense a reworking of the concept of Earth from the origin of the work of art in the sense of a mysterious sheltering ground. Sky also here clearly refers to the natural world, but it seems that perhaps Earth refers a bit more to the stable, enduring ground, and sky to its shifting, cyclical manifestations. Heidegger's understanding of gods and divinities in later writings is difficult to understand in any straightforward fashion. Michael Wheeler sketches out an idea based on the section on historizing near the end of Being and Time. At the end of that text, Heidegger dwells on the way that Dasein always inherits a tradition and heritage of its own as a part of history that sketches out its particular nexus of intelligibility. A part of that is the relation to particular individuals that play a decisive role in my projection of who I am. It seems to be then that these important historical models and archetypes are now defined as divinities. But in this new understanding, divinities may encompass not only the traditional mythological figures they would typically think of, but also human individuals in our past or present history, and perhaps even particularly important objects, places, events, and so on. Mortals, then, is the new word for Dasein. Just like being in time, what ultimately makes mortals authentic and gives them their truest existence is death. In being in time, death was conceived as being our ownmost, something that is always ours and ours alone. However, in these later texts, death seems to be something more universal, more uniting, and more communal. Death is still that which delimits and directs our existence, as a true and authentic existence in the case of our own finitude. But it is not something that happens alone, but in the context of the fourfold. And the same goes for any other element of these four. Heidegger makes it clear that there is a primal oneness of the four, and that any time we think of one of these four, we conceive of the other three along with it. In the fourfold, there is no binary or division between nature, culture, and mankind. Each one reflects and strengthens the other. And any thing is, for Heidegger, first and foremost a gathering of the fourfold into a lightening, a mirroring, and a worlding. Quote, "The fouring, the unity of the four, presences as the appropriating mirror play of the betrothed, each to the other in simple oneness. The fouring presences as the worlding of world. The mirror play of world is the round dance of appropriating. Therefore the round dance does not encompass the four like a hoop. The round dance is the ring that joins while it plays as mirroring. Appropriating, it lightens the four into the radiance of their simple oneness. Radiantly the thing joins the four, everywhere open to the riddle of their presence. The gathered presence of the mirror play of the world joining in this way is the ringing. In the ringing of the mirror-playing ring, the four nestle into their unifying presence, in which each one retains its own nature. So nestling they join together, worlding the world." Unquote. For a more clear example of a thing thinging, he uses the example of a jug. A jug could be understood merely as formed matter, as a substance bearing properties, as a unity of sensations, or any other metaphysical or scientific conception of thinghood. But when the jug jugs as a thing, it shows up as something quite different. Quote, "The spring stays on in the water of the gift. In the spring the rock dwells, and in the rock dwells the dark slumber of the earth, which receives the rain and dew of the sky. In the water of the spring dwells the marriage of sky and earth. It stays in the wine given by the fruit of the vine, the fruit in which the earth's nourishment and the sky's sun are betrothed to one another. In the gift of water, in the gift of wine, sky and earth dwell. But the gift of the outpouring is what makes the jug a jug. In the jugness of the jug, sky and earth dwell. The gift of the pouring out is drink for mortals. It quenches their thirst, it refreshes their leisure, it enlivens their conviviality. But the jug's gift is at times also given for consecration. If the pouring is for consecration, then it does not still a thirst. It stills and elevates the celebration of the feast. The gift of the pouring now is neither given in an inn, nor is the poured gift of a drink for mortals. The outpouring is the libation poured out for the immortal gods. The gift of the outpouring as libation is the authentic gift. In giving the consecrated libation, the pouring jug occurs as the giving gift. The consecrated libation is what our word for a strong outpouring flow, gush, really designates. Gift and sacrifice. Gush, Middle English guschen, goshen, compared with German Guss, gießen, is the Greek kain, the Indo-European gu. It means to offer and sacrifice. To pour a gush when it is achieved in its essence, thought through with a sufficient generosity and genuinely uttered, is to donate, to offer and sacrifice, and hence to give. It is only for this reason that the pouring of the gush, once its nature withers, can become a mere pouring in and pouring out, until it finally decays into the dispensing of liquor at the bar. Pouring the outpour is not a mere filling and decanting." Unquote. In our dwelling, we have to allow things to thing. We have to allow the world to world, and we have to have the adequate relationship to the fourfold. Quote, "Mortals dwell in that they save the earth, taking the word in the old sense still known to Lessing. Saving does not only snatch something from a danger. To save properly means to set something free into its own essence. To save the earth is more than to exploit it or even wear it out. Saving the earth does not master the earth and does not subjugate it, which is merely one step from boundless spoliation. Mortals dwell in that they receive the sky as sky. They leave to the sun and the moon their journey, to the stars their courses, to the seasons their blessing and their inclemency. They do not turn night into day, nor day into a harassed unrest. Mortals dwell in that they await the divinities as divinities. In hope they hold up to the divinities what is unhoped for. They wait for intimations of their coming and do not mistake the signs of their absence. They do not make their gods for themselves and do not worship idols. In the very depth of misfortune, they wait for the wheel that has been withdrawn. Mortals dwell in that they initiate their own essential being, their being capable of death as death, into the use and practice of this capacity, so that there may be a good death. To initiate mortals into the essence of death in no way means to make death as the empty nothing the goal, nor does it mean to darken dwelling by blindly staring toward the end." Unquote. What does this look like concretely? This is hard to say. It will require a complete turning in being. This turning can only happen once we realize that poetic dwelling is under attack from enframing, and realize that we are the ones to safeguard it. We must allow the bringing forth and presencing of poiesis. Maybe this means protecting the wilderness, creating artworks, engaging in traditional crafts, or something else still. There can be no specific suggestion that applies in all cases. To return to the beginning, dwelling has practical business to attend to as well. One of these is and has been building. Heidegger ends one essay by focusing on an example of a farmhouse in the Black Forest as an example of a constructed building that is able to unite the fourfold. Thinking about the difference between this building and that of modern unchecked urban development will reveal quite a lot. Quote, "Let us think for a while of a farmhouse in the Black Forest, which was built some 200 years ago by the dwelling of peasants. Here the self-sufficiency of the power to let earth and sky, divinities and mortals enter in simple oneness into things ordered the house. It placed the farm on the wind-sheltered mountain slope, looking south, among the meadows close to the spring. It gave it the wide overhanging shingle roof whose proper slope bears up the burden of snow, and that reaching deep down shields the chambers against the storms of long winter nights. It did not forget the altar corner behind the community table. It made room in its chamber for the hallowed places of childbed and the tree of the dead, for that is what they call a coffin there, the Totenbaum. And in this way it designed for the different generations under one roof the character of their journey through time. A craft that, itself sprung from dwelling, still uses its tools and its gear as things, built the farmhouse." Unquote. This example is not brought up to say that we should go back to making these exact kinds of buildings, but it gives us an idea of how we have been able to build by dwelling. The most we can do now is be thoughtful like this in our activities and try to become the safeguards of being. We cannot enact the turning itself, but only prepare the ground for it to appear. We cannot know when and where the turning will occur, and we do not need to know. Heidegger claims that it may indeed even be detrimental to our essence to know, as man's essence is to wait and to attend. We simply must prepare the ground and keep watch, and in his words, the first step of all will be to abandon the kind of thinking that merely represents in favor of the kind of thinking that responds and recalls. Event and appropriation. We are finally ready to tackle the text that is the greatest candidate for a second being and time in Heidegger's career, Contributions to Philosophy from Inowning. This text is perhaps the most comprehensive statement of his later thought in one place. However, we can only approach this text after having a decent grasp of phusis, of aletheia, of poiesis, of techne, of enframing, and of the fourfold. Why is that? Contributions to Philosophy was written between 1936 and 1938, but was not published until after Heidegger's death. He in fact requested that it only be published after all of his other lectures had been. If we consider Heidegger to be a mystic of sorts, this text is perhaps the highest level tantra, only comprehensible and of use to the most deeply dedicated initiates. Therefore, it had to be left to the end after all the groundwork had been laid. This account may seem a bit too romanticized, but what is certain is that this is a highly esoteric text. Esoteric not in the sense of magical, but in the sense of expressing a kind of knowledge directed at a very small subset of the population. It is hard to exaggerate just how difficult of a text this is, even by the standards of later Heidegger. If you don't have a background in Heidegger, or even if your background only extends to being and time, reading Contributions to Philosophy must feel like reading a philosophical version of Finnegan's Wake. For Daniela Valleganoi, what distinguishes this text, along with a few related ones, is that it is fully poietic. If we remember, poiesis is the kind of revealing that happens outside of Enframing. It is the revealing of the falling leaves in autumn, of the gathering storm clouds on the horizon, and of the intricate workings of the spider at its web. But humans are not excluded from participation in poiesis. Poiesis is in fact the root word of poetry, in the sense of a kind of bringing forth. In the Greek past, all arts, crafts, and sciences occurred within poiesis. As such, this text, Contributions to Philosophy, is highly poietic. Like a poem, it does not merely convey its meaning by the use of sentences that represent things in the world in a mechanical, scientific way. It rather evokes and brings forth something in the very language itself. This text is the furthest Heidegger came to not only talking about the turning in being that would need to occur to escape the modern domination of enframing, but actually enacting this turning itself via the text. In that sense, it is in some ways a text that is meant to be reacted to and appropriated on a personal level more than interpreted. This text comes highly close to collapsing philosophy and thought into a pure response to the historical unfolding of being itself. This whole idea is summed up in the notoriously difficult term Ereignis, often translated as inowning or event of appropriation. But we are getting ahead of ourselves now. All of this will become clearer after we set out the historical context of this text a bit more. An important way to enter into and start to understand Contributions to Philosophy is via the parable of the madman from Friedrich Nietzsche's 1882 text, The Gay Science. This passage would be of profound importance for Heidegger. Quote, "The madman. Have you not heard of that madman who lit a lantern in the bright morning hours, ran to the marketplace, and cried incessantly, 'I seek God, I seek God'? As many of those who did not believe in God were standing around just then, he provoked much laughter. 'Has he got lost?' asked one. 'Did he lose his way like a child?' asked another. 'Or is he hiding? Is he afraid of us? Has he gone on a voyage, emigrated?' Thus they yelled and laughed. The madman jumped into their midst and pierced them with his eyes. 'Whither is God?' he cried. 'I will tell you. We have killed him, you and I. All of us are his murderers. But how did we do this? How could we drink up the sea? Who gave us the sponge to wipe away the entire horizon? What were we doing when we unchained this earth from its sun? Whither is it moving now? Whither are we moving? Away from all suns? Are we not plunging continually? Backward, sideward, forward, in all direction? Is there still any up or down? Are we not straying as though through an infinite nothing? Do we not feel the breath of empty space? Has it not become colder? Is not night continually closing in on us? Do we not need to light lanterns in the morning? Do we hear nothing as yet of the noise of the gravediggers who are burying God? Do we smell nothing as of yet of the divine decomposition? Gods too decompose. God is dead. God remains dead, and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderers of all murderers? What was holiest and mightiest of all that the world has yet owned has bled to death under our knives? Who will wipe this blood off us? What water is there for us to cleanse ourselves? What festivals of atonement, what sacred games shall we have to invent? Is not the greatness of this deed too great for us? Must we ourselves not become God simply to appear worthy of it? There has never been a greater deed, and whoever is born after us for the sake of this deed, he will belong to a higher history than all history hitherto. Here the madman fell silent, and looked again at his listeners, and they too were silent, and stared at him in astonishment. At last he threw his lantern on the ground, and it broke into pieces and went out. "I have come too early," he said then. "My time is not yet. This tremendous event is still on its way, still wandering. It has not yet reached the ears of men. Lightning and thunder require time. The light of the stars requires time. Deeds, though done, still require time to be seen and heard. This deed is still more distant from them than the most distant stars, and yet they have done it themselves." It has been related further that on the same day the madman forced his way into several churches, and there struck up his Requiem Aeternam Deo. Led out and called to account, he is said always to have replied nothing but, "What after all are these churches now, if they are not the tombs and sepulchres of God?" Unquote. In Heidegger's interpretation, this parable expresses far more than the standard understanding that belief in the Christian God has become untenable, and that all the morality, metaphysics, and so on that are wrapped up with that belief must also now become unsubstantiated and be rebuilt. According to Heidegger, this passage points not only to the Christian God, but to everything suprasensory as losing its power to explain and provide meaning. This passage thus represents the final completion and decisive end of Western metaphysics. For Heidegger, Nietzsche was the last and final metaphysician. In a copious series of lectures that are outside the scope of this video, Heidegger puts forward the claim that Nietzsche's will to power and eternal recurrence represents the final state of Western metaphysics. Anyone in the field after him will simply be spinning their wheels. Since there can be no more advances to metaphysics, we have entered a profound state of nihilism. If the pre-Socratic Greeks represent the first beginning of Western thought, then Nietzsche represents the end of this first beginning. Now we can sketch out what exactly the turning we have spoken of so much consists of. Since Nietzsche has completed metaphysics, we are in an uncomfortable interim state. All that is left is technicity, enframing, or in the words of contributions to philosophy, machination. This is not because of an error. It was the inevitable fate of metaphysics to lead us to the complete domination of machination and the reduction of all meaning to calculation and measurability. The beginning of the long path towards this was first established by the first beginning of Western thought with the pre-Socratic Greeks. But now we have a profound choice before us. The turning must emerge after the death of metaphysics. Either machination will achieve complete dominance and the history of being will once and for all end, or there will be a turning to enact the other beginning. And this text, Contributions to Philosophy, is an attempt to not only speculate about that turning, but to enact it within language. The Contributions is not without structure, but it can appear completely impenetrable at first glance. As Daniela Valleganoi says, the text itself is more the site of a struggle than a systematic treatment of anything. This does not mean that it is sloppy or lacking in rigor, but it does mean that it is difficult to find a way in or out of. Being and time use Dasein as a jumping-off point to get into the question of being itself. This text, in contrast, speaks not towards being, but from it. Heidegger adamantly states that all notions of transcendence must disappear. This even includes the so-called ontological difference. In Being and Time, the whole question of being is sketched out by setting up a fundamental difference between beings, entities, and being as such, and saying that being itself, if we are to understand its meaning, can never be a being among others. Now, even this distinction must be reconsidered. Heidegger now considers being and beings, entities, to exist in an original unity. All beings require being to make their appearance, but being cannot occur without finding beings to shelter it. In the origin of the work of art, we first got a sense of how a particular being, like a work of art, can shelter being as such. It is Heidegger's hope now that a work of philosophy can do the same thing. In this text, then, we have to abandon everything. It is an incredible ask. We must take the leap beyond any supporting structure, belief, or value. In fact, we can't even really say that we are the ones taking the leap. because even this sets up a division of ourselves as subjects in contrast to being. The turning itself must occur as a historical event, but we cannot say who or what turns. And that will coincide with the shift from the so-called fundamental ontology of being and time to the seinsgeschichtliches Denken, or being historical thinking, of contributions to philosophy. And no, being with a Y there is not misspelled. We will explain that shortly. Quote, "The time of systems is over. The time of rebuilding the essential shaping of beings according to the truth of being has not yet arrived. In the meantime, in crossing to another beginning, philosophy has to have achieved one crucial thing, projecting open, i.e. the grounding in opening of the free play of the time-space of the truth of being. How is this one thing to be accomplished? In this we have neither precedent nor support. Mere modifications of what we now have do not get us underway, even if they happened with the help of the greatest possible mixture of historically known ways of thinking. And in the end, every manner of scholastic worldview stands outside philosophy, because it can only persist on the basis of a denial of the question-worthiness of being. In appreciating this question-worthiness, philosophy has its own non-deducible and incalculable dignity." Unquote. First things first, what's up with the spelling of being? In one of many idiosyncrasies of language in this text, Heidegger begins to spell the German word for being, sein, as sein with a Y. Sein with a Y is an archaic, old-fashioned spelling of the word, although the pronunciation is identical. He seems to spell it this way in order to interrupt our tendency to think of being as some ultimate transcendental entity that is out there and that sits behind things in the world. That is the exact opposite of how we need to understand being. And the archaic spelling also calls attention to the fact that we have to think in a way that is at once novel and ancient, a way that is not merely representational, but is reverential. Translators have taken various approaches to rendering sein in English, and the most common one is being with a hyphen. However, Heidegger adds unconventional hyphens to many other words in this text for certain strategic purposes, and sein is not one of them. To avoid that confusion, I still prefer to translate sein as being with a Y, which is a genuine archaic spelling in English and is therefore closer to Heidegger's usage. Of course, it's not a perfect equivalence. Sein would look decidedly old-fashioned and archaic to a German, but not strike them as immediately unfamiliar and bizarre in the way that being with a Y does in English, for example. But it will have to do. If we remember Heidegger's treatment of angst, or anxiety, in Being and Time, he describes a particular mood where Dasein no longer feels at home in the world. In anxiety, we are unsettled from our day-to-day involvements and the meanings that things come to have in their everydayness. We have a glimpse of the nothing that conditions all meaning via our own potential not being, i.e. our removal from the world of our involvements. In a sense, contributions to philosophy attempts to keep us in this state in order to do our deepest thinking, but now it is no longer Dasein's potential not being that evokes this unsettledness, but the withdrawal and absence of being itself, as experienced in the modern era of machination after the completion of Metaphysics by Nietzsche. It is not Dasein, but being itself that is unsettled. Heidegger uses the same word as in Being and Time, Stimmung, to describe an affect like anxiety. But rather than mood, we should translate it more literally as attunement in the contributions. Anything that lapses back into the subjectivity of a mental state or anything like that has to be avoided here. And having the right attunement is very important. If we remember in Being and Time, Stimmung, moods, or attunements, are far from just a kind of tent over an objective world that is out there. Depending on what attunement we are in, the entire world will open up to us differently. Thus, the correct attunement is something that has to come before anything else, even before the division of ourselves into a self against the world. And the Grundstimmung, or grounding attunement, that we must constantly remain in is Verhaltenheit, or reservedness. We must stay in a state where we are aware of the distress that is inevitable in the abandonment of being, are still and attentive, and are imbued with a quiet awe. We cannot engage in being historical thinking otherwise, nor can we adequately engage in what comes to be the central concept of this work and indeed all of Heidegger's later thought. Ereignis. The original title of this text is in fact Beiträge zur Philosophie vom Ereignis, which is translated as Contributions to Philosophy from Ereignis. Certainly, then, this word must be important to grasping the meaning of this text. But what does it mean? If you look up Ereignis in a dictionary, it will usually be translated as event. It is derived from the verb ereignen, which is usually translated as to happen or to occur. For that reason, we can most basically understand Ereignis as a kind of happening, occurring, and coming to pass. But it is clear that this doesn't mean anything like merely a carved-out section of time. In a sense, Ereignis is not an event, but is the background that is necessary for things to make themselves manifest as events in the first place. However, the root verb ereignen is a false cognate of the unrelated word eigen, meaning one's own. It seems, then, that Heidegger chooses this word Ereignis precisely because it also has an air of ownership, of appropriating, and of making one's own. Richard Capobianco has pointed out that Ereignis as a concept is often understood more clearly by Chinese and Japanese readers due to their intellectual traditions. In his words, quote, Ereignis conveys the simple and quiet, but also profound and astonishing coming to pass of all things, such as the tree coming into bloom, suddenly, or so it seems, unquote. Ereignis thus seems to speak of a making manifest that occurs as we take up the being we are thrown into as something meaningful, in a particular poignant event that nonetheless cannot be fully expressed in words. Perhaps the best example of it I can think of is the opening lines of the 9 Phases, or Jiu Bian, attributed to Song Yu in the Han Dynasty anthology known as the Verses of Chu or Chu Zi. Think of how the particular manifestations of the changes of the seasons are taken in, appropriated, and therefore most fully brought forth into their essence in these verses. Quote, Alas for the breath of autumn! Wan and drear, flower and leaf fluttering fall and turn to decay. Sad and lorn, as when on journey far one climbs a hill and looks down on the water to speed a returning friend. Empty and vast, the skies are high and the air is cold. Still and deep, the streams have drunk full and the waters are clear. Heartsick and sighing sore, for the old draws on and strikes into a man. Distraught and disappointed, leaving the old and to new places turning. Afflicted, the poor esquire has lost his office, and his heart rebels. Desolate, on his long journey he rests with never a friend. Melancholy, he nurses a private sorrow. Unquote. There is a good argument to be made for leaving the word Ereignis untranslated in the English, just as much as we would not be able to translate the Logos of Heraclitus, the Tao of Lao Tzu, or indeed the Dasein of being in time. But it would be very hard to translate Contributions to Philosophy without rendering this word into English. This is because, like pretty much every other essential term in this text, it does not appear as a static noun but gets used as a verb, a stem, a segment of various compound words, and so on. Contributions to Philosophy uses language in a remarkably creative, dynamic fashion, and we would have to invent ugly terms like Ereignising or Ereignis-like to grasp its full use. Thus, the translation that I use renders Ereignis as in-owning, and I will follow suit. But whenever this word in-owning appears, remember that it is a translation of Ereignis, and that no one word can capture the full range of what Ereignis means for Heidegger. And now that we have a grasp of Ereignis, the final and most crucial element, perhaps we can finally unpack what seems like the closest thing to a mission statement in the text. Quote, And yet, whenever a being is, being must sway. But how does being sway? But is a being. From where else does thinking decide here if not according to the truth of being? Thus, being can no longer be thought of in the perspective of beings. It must be in thought from within being itself. At times, those grounders of the abground must be consumed by the fire of what is deeply sheltered, so that Dasein becomes possible for humans, and thus steadfastness in the midst of beings is rescued. So that in the open of the strife between earth and world, beings themselves undergo a restoration. Accordingly, beings move into their steadfastness when the founders of the truth of being go under. Being itself requires this. It needs those who go under. And wherever beings appear, it has already inowned these founders, who go under and allotted them to being. That is the essential swaying of being itself. We call it inowning. The riches of the turning relation of being to Dasein, which is inowned by being, are immeasurable. The fullness of the inowning is incalculable. And here this conceptual thinking can only say little from inowning. What is said is inquired after, and thought in the playing forth unto each other, of the first and the other beginning, according to the echo of being in the distress of being's abandonment, for the leap into being, in order to ground its truth as a preparation for the ones to come and for the last God." Unquote. As obscure and strange as much of this text is, at multiple times Heidegger claims quite clearly that being holds sway as inowning. In a sense, this is the closest he ever came to putting forward one consistent answer to the question of being in his later career. One could almost call this text being and inowning in contrast to being and time, as he suggests that being holds sway as inowning, in a similar way to how he previously posited time as the horizon of answering the question of being. Indeed, if one thing could sum up all of the ways that Heidegger came closest to defining being, it would probably be as inowning. Think of unifying the temporal ecstasis in being and time, gathering phusis as logos in Introduction to Metaphysics, sheltering the struggle of world and earth in artworks and the origin of the work of art, or dwelling by uniting the Fourfold in his Bremen lectures. All of these seem to be summed up in the concept of inowning, a taking up and appropriating of what we are thrown into and actively allowing it to come to pass. The 6 phases near the end of the prior quotation, echo, playing forth, leap, grounding, the ones to come, and the last God, are the names for the 6 joinings or chapters of contributions to philosophy, with one final epilogue of sorts after them. But it would be a mistake to take them as some kind of progression or evolution, as tempting as it is to read them in this way. All of them say the same thing, but in different ways and from different perspectives, and all of these terms appear quite commonly in each joining. Of course, the real connection between all of these and what they mean is something that is extremely difficult to convey. It can only really be experienced by reading the text and fully standing open and ready for the turning to the other beginning. But I will do my best here, and again I want to be transparent that much of this summary is indebted to Daniela Valleganoy's treatment. Quote, "Echo carries far into what has been and what is to come, hence in and through the playing forth its striking power on the present." Unquote. After Nietzsche has completed Metaphysics, we are in a state of profound nihilism. But this is all too quickly brushed off as just a personal experience of crisis during the rise of secularism in Europe and the associated alienation from the world of morals and values created by the belief system that was Christianity. This is a very crude interpretation of Nietzsche. The nihilism that Heidegger interprets, as discussed in the parable of the madman, is something far more severe. It is the abandonment of being itself. Quote, "Directed toward the other beginning, nihilism must be grasped more fundamentally as the essential consequence of the abandonment of being. But how can this become known and be decided upon when what Nietzsche first experienced and thought through as nihilism has remained uncomprehended up to now, and above all did not come into mindfulness? Partially misled by the form of Nietzsche's manner of communication, one took cognizance of his doctrine of nihilism as an interesting cultural psychology. But already before doing so, one makes the sign of the cross in front of its truth, i.e. openly or surreptitiously keeping it as a distance as devilish. For according to enlightening consideration, where would we come to if that were and would be true? and one has no inkling that this very consideration, as well as the attitude and comportment toward beings that sustains this consideration, is the actual nihilism. One refuses to admit the goallessness. For this reason, one suddenly has goals again, even if it only means that what in any case can be a means for setting up and pursuing goals is itself raised to a goal. The people, for example. And therefore the greatest nihilism is precisely where one believes to have goals again, to be happy, to attend to making equally available all the cultural values, movies and seaside resort vacations, to all the people. In this drunken stupor of lived experience, precisely, there is the greatest nihilism. Methodically disregarding human goallessness, being always ready to avoid every goal-setting decision, anxiety in the face of every domain of decision and its opening." Unquote. As we have sketched out so many times, the primary symptom of the abandonment of being today is enframing, the reduction of all meaning to what can be calculated and measured. However, in this text, he uses the term Machenschaft, or machination, instead. And distinctively, this text usually speaks of machination as paired with another component, lived experience. The typical instinct when we realize and become sick of machination and the overly technical nature of everything around us is to run away into our own private lived experiences. But Heidegger sees lived experience as just the other side of the same coin. This is because lived experience, as we consider it, posits ourselves first and foremost as the subject of an experience. It makes us a master of our own meaning to some degree. And this is an equally dangerous proposition. It doesn't fix the problem of machination, but simply shifts its center from the outer world of scientific measurement to the inner world of ourselves as what posits everything that comes into being or not. It enforces the division between inner and outer and between objective and subjective rather than getting beyond it. In some ways, lived experience is even more dangerous than machination because it gives a more convincing illusion of returning to the things themselves when it is actually anything but. And yet, in the midst of this withdrawal of being, some will begin to experience its essential sway. Being is in a withdrawal. As Daniela Vallegonoy claims, it is not as if there is some thing here which is in withdrawal. It is rather being itself that occurs as this withdrawal. But in that withdrawal, the essential decision emerges, the decision of whether the other beginning will come to pass, or whether being will withdraw completely. This withdrawal is first experienced as an echo, or Anklang in the German. This word Anklang does not mean echo in the sense of a sound being duplicated. It means something more like the moment in which a sound is arising but is not yet fully unfolded. It implies a silence, an anticipation, a waiting, and a listening carefully. It is something that is found through hints, through small mutterings and subtle signs that have to be carefully attended to. The abandonment of being first reveals itself as this echo. Heidegger himself gives a list of 16 of these signs and hints that may announce the withdrawal of being. Quote, "That wherein the abandonment of being announces itself. 1. The total insensitivity to what is ambiguous, in that which is held to be essential. Ambiguity brings about asthenia and disinclination for an actual decision. For example, all of what the people means, the communal, the racial, the lower, the higher, the national, the lasting. For example, all of what is called divine. 2. No longer knowing which is the condition, the conditioned, and the unconditionable, fully idolizing as unconditioned the conditions of historical being, for example, of all the ambiguity having to do with a people. 3. Getting stuck in thinking of and beginning with values and ideas, in which the interconnective form of historical Dasein is seen, without any serious question, as in something unchangeable, to which thinking in terms of worldviews corresponds. 4. Consequently, everything is built into a cultural operation, and the highest decisions, Christianity, are not laid out according to their roots, but rather evaded. 5. Art is subjugated to cultural usage and essentially misconstrued, blindness to what is ownmost to art, the manner of grounding truth. 6. Generally noteworthy is the misestimation of oneself in relation to what is repulsive and negating. It is simply shoved away as evil, misinterpreted and thereby belittled, and thus in its danger all the more enlarged. 7. Therein is manifest, completely from afar, the not knowing that the not and the annihilating belong to being itself, and the lack of an inkling of the finitude and uniqueness of being. 8. Not knowing what is ownmost to truth goes along with that, not knowing that truth and its grounding must be decided prior to whatever holds true, not knowing the blind mania for what holds true and what appears to be serious willing. 9. Hence rejection of genuine knowing and anxiety in the face of questioning, evading mindfulness, the flight into the events and machinations. 10. Every stillness and reservedness appears as inactivity and letting go and renunciation, and is perhaps the broadest swingover back into letting being be as an owning. 11. The self-certainty of no longer letting oneself be called, hardening against all hints, the asthenia for awaiting, only calculating. 12. All of these are only emanations of an intricate and rigidified dissembling of what is ownmost to being, especially its cleavage. That uniqueness, seldomness, momentariness, chance and onset, reservedness and freedom, preserving and necessity belong to being. That being is not the emptiest and most common, but rather the richest and highest, and holds sway only in enownment, by virtue of which Dasein grounds the truth of being in the sheltering by beings. 13. The specific elucidation of the abandonment of being as derangement of the West, the flight of the gods, the death of the moral Christian God, its reinterpretation, compare with Nietzsche's remarks. The masking of this uprooting by the groundless but supposedly new beginning self-finding of man, modernity. This masking eclipsed and enhanced by progress, discoveries, inventions, industry, the machine. At the same time, the loss of individuality, neglect, pauperization, everything is the disengagement from the ground and from arrangements, uprooting, which is the deepest masking of distress, asthenia for mindfulness, powerlessness of truth, progress into non-beings as the growing abandonment by being. 14. Abandonment of being is the innermost ground of the distress of lack of distress. How can distress be affected as distress? Must one not let the truth of being light up? But what for? Who among the distressless ones is capable of seeing? Is there ever a way out of such a distress which constantly denies itself as distress? The will to get out is lacking. Can remembering those possibilities of Dasein which have been lead to mindfulness here, or must here something unusual and not conceivable thrust us into this distress? 15. The abandonment of being is brought nearer by being mindful of the darkening of the world and the destruction of the earth in the sense of acceleration, calculation, the claim of massiveness. 16. The simultaneous domination of the powerlessness of empty sentiment and of the violence of the establishment. Unquote. This text is then unapologetically elitist in a sense, but that is simply a must for philosophy. That is because the ones who can hear and respond to the echo of the abandonment of being are necessarily the few and the rare. As such, the kind of philosophy reserved for them must necessarily be difficult to comprehend and border on incomprehensible. And it can especially never dilute itself by becoming muddled with things like science, anthropology, politics, and psychology, none of which have anything to do with philosophy. Quote, those in the crossing must in the end know what is mistaken by all urging for intelligibility, that every thinking of being, all philosophy, can never be confirmed by facts, i.e. by beings. Making itself intelligible is suicide for philosophy. Those who idolize facts never notice that their idols only shine in a borrowed shine. They are also meant not to notice this, for thereupon they would have to be at a loss and therefore useless. But idolizers and idols are used wherever gods are in flight and so announce their nearness. Unquote. Quote, in inceptual thinking, one must especially traverse the realms of the truth of being, even as these realms again retreat into hiddenness in the lighting up of beings. This going off to the side belongs inseparably to the immediacy of the efficacy of all philosophy. In philosophy, what is essential, after it almost hidden has gone to the fore, must retreat and become inaccessible for the many, for this essential is insurpassable and therefore must withdraw into the enabling of the beginning. For when it comes to being and its truth, one must begin again and again. All beginnings are in themselves completed and insurpassable. They withdraw from mere history, not because they are supertemporal and eternal, but because they are greater than eternity. They are the thrusts of time which spatialize being's opening of its self-sheltering. The ownmost grounding of this time-space is called Dasein." Unquote. In this new era of being historical thinking, the task is no longer to find a proposition that we can serve up to the masses on a platter. The questioning itself is now the goal. Quote, "Seeking is already holding oneself in the truth, in the open of self-sheltering and self-withdrawing. Originary seeking is the grounding relation to hesitating refusal. Seeking as questioning and nevertheless reticence in silencing. Whoever seeks has already found, and originary seeking is that in grasping of what has already been found, namely the self-sheltering as such, whereas ordinary seeking first finds and has found by ceasing to search. Therefore, the originary find and the originary sheltering is sheltered precisely as seeking as such. Acknowledging what is most question-worthy means staying in the question and in the questioning and in abiding." Unquote. Quote, "Playing forth receives its necessity primarily from the echo of the distress of the abandonment of being." Unquote. If the turning to the other beginning is to occur, it cannot happen by merely ignoring the first beginning, tossing it aside, or even as refuting it. The first beginning and the other beginning must come together in a confrontation of sorts. It is only by doing so that the two can be set forth into their essence. Above all, we should not think of the turning as merely a something linear, where the other beginning occurs at a particular point in time after the end of the first beginning. Of course, it is very hard to conceptualize it in a way that is not temporal, but this entire linear temporal framework is a result of metaphysics and thus of the first beginning. We have to get outside of it. But this is not done by ignoring the past 2,000 years of philosophy. We can only enact the other beginning by taking them more seriously than ever before. As Valleganoi notes, there is a reason that we speak of the first and other beginning, and not of the first and second beginning. That is because there is some essential connection between the first and the other beginning. In a sense, this section repeats quite a lot from Introduction to Metaphysics. It shows how the original conception of physis has been narrowed and limited over the past 2,000 years. The most notable thing for this text is the way that the pre-Socratics experienced truth as aletheia, or unconcealment. That is to say, truth occurred both in appearance and in concealment, both in presence and in withdrawal. They are two sides of the same coin. We thus have much to learn from them about how to find being in withdrawal, since our era is one of profound withdrawal and the dominance of machination in lived experience. In the inowning required for the turning, one of the things we will appropriate is the first beginning. Quote, "The crossing to the other beginning introduces a caesura that long since no longer runs along with directions of philosophy, idealism, realism, etc., or even along with attitudes of worldview. The crossing separates the emerging of being and its truth grounding in Dasein from any occurring and perceiving of beings. What is separated is so decidedly separated that no common area of differentiation can prevail at all. There is no adjustment and no agreement in this decidedness of the crossing, but rather long-lasting aloneness in the stillest delights at the hearth of being, although this being is still completely shoved aside in the pallor of artificial shining of machinationally experienced beings, the actuality that is true to life. The crossing to the other beginning is clear-cut. Nevertheless, we do not know whither we go, nor when the truth of being becomes the true, nor whence history as the history of being takes its steepest and shortest path. As the ones who cross in this crossing, we must traverse an essential mindfulness of philosophy itself, so that it obtains the beginning from within which it can once again be completely itself and not need any support." Unquote. Quote, "Echo and playing forth are the soil and field for inceptual thinkings, first leaping off for leaping into the essential swaying of being." Unquote. When Heidegger uses the word decision, he often hyphenates it as decision. This calls attention to the fact that the scission in it is derived from the Latin cadere and literally means a cutting. We have seen in Introduction to Metaphysics how in the primal struggle of physis, there must always be a carving out in which things like humans and gods are separated and distinguished from each other. In the playing forth, the first and other beginning become decided. In the essential sway of being, everything essential becomes decided and inowned. And this does not happen as a logical, rational argument or as a mental imagining. It has to happen as a leap into the abyss. It has to happen as a leap outside of everything familiar. And that leap plays out as inowning. Being holds sway as inowning. However, humans are not the ones who take this leap of inowning. Humans rather only come into being in this leap. We should never think of humans on one side and being on the other. Being itself holds sway as inowning, which is something that needs humans to complete it. Being emerges as a call that we as humans respond to, and indeed only makes itself manifest as that very response. And then in turn, humans become who they essentially are as being occurs in a particular niche of time-space to be inowned within. This is what is called Dasein. Now, however, Heidegger hyphenates the word Dasein to call attention to its original meaning. Being there. A certain there is cleared and lit up as the space in which the inowning occurs. Quote, inowning is only seemingly enacted by man. In truth, humanness occurs as historical in and through inownment that fosters Dasein in this way or that. The onset of being, which is allotted to historical man, never makes itself known to man directly, but is hidden in the ways of sheltering of truth. But the onset of being, in itself seldom and sparing, always comes from being staying away, whose momentum and durability is no less than that of the onset. Being as the essential swaying of inowning is thus not an empty and indefinite ocean of determinables into which we already existing leap from somewhere, but rather the leap lets the there, belonging to and inowned by the call, first emerge as the site for the moment for a somewhere and a when. Unquote. Compared to being in time, his conception of Dasein in this text is even further removed from anything like a Cartesian subject, if that were even possible. For Heidegger, the treatment of Dasein in being and time is still too anthropological and subjective. This is namely because he no longer even limits Dasein to merely what is human. For him, the clearing of Dasein is now a Zerkluftung, a cleft, a rift, a cleavage, a fissure. And the cleft is what decides humans and gods from the nothing that permeates them. It is not merely humans that become manifest in inowning. The gods also now make themselves apparent. We will return to the conception Heidegger has of gods more thoroughly later in this text, but it is clear for him that they are not transcendent, immortal things that live above us and would exist without us. They need to become manifest via us and our inowning. Otherwise, they remain in flight and do not show themselves. In taking the leap, we stand in the absolute withdrawal of being, and yet this profound nothing of the withdrawal is at once also the truest revelation of its capability. It occurs as a ripeness, a bending back, a fresh ground to decide humans from gods again. We may remember that in being and time, our most authentic and true possibilities as the Dasein that we in each case are, is revealed in being towards death. That is to say, it is revealed against the possibility of Dasein's own not being. The same basic principle seems to apply here, but the annihilation that we ground ourselves against is no longer that of an individual Dasein, but that of being itself. The time-space to ground the truth of being is first opened by being revealing itself as a withdrawal. Quote, being as inowning. Inownment determines man as owned by being. Thus is being, then, after all, the other over against inowning? No, for ownhood is belongingness into inownment, and this itself is being. Of course, inowning dare not ever be represented immediately objectively. Inownment is the counter-resonance between man and gods, and it is precisely this between and its essential swaying which is founded by and in Dasein. God is neither a being nor a not being, and also not commensurate with being. Rather, being holds sway, temporally, spatially, as that between that can never be grounded in God, but also not in man as extant and living, but in Dasein. Being and the essential swaying of its truth belongs to man insofar as he becomes inabiding, as Dasein. But this also immediately means that being does not hold sway by the graces of man, by the fact that man only happens to be. Being belongs to man, so much so that man is needed by being itself as the preserver of the site for the moment of the fleeing and arrival of gods." Unquote. Quote, "The leap, first of all, opens up the ungone expanses and concealments of that into which the grounding of Dasein, which belongs to the call of Enoning, must press forth." Unquote. This section is perhaps the most difficult segment of the most difficult text in the entire Heideggerian corpus. What it seems to speak of more than anything is the turning from the first to the other beginning, and how this must be grounded. This will happen via Dasein, the opening up of a certain clearing of time and space in which the enoning of the abandonment of being takes place. I will try to elucidate this a bit more clearly. The truth of being is grounded in Dasein, but we should remember that the meaning of Dasein in contributions to philosophy is being there. It is not just a human subject. It is the clearing in which humans and gods are decided and make themselves manifest via enoning. The whole concept of Dasein now has a stronger historical dimension, where it occurs as a spot to ground the whole unfolding of being itself via enoning. And this is something that is historical and contingent. Quote, "In the hitherto and still customary usage, Dasein means the same as being extant here and there, occurring in a where and a when. In the other and future meaning, being does not mean occurring, but inabiding carryability as grounding the there. The there does not mean a here and yonder that is somehow each time determinable, but rather means the clearing of being itself, whose openness first of all opens up the space for every possible here and yonder, and for arranging beings in historical work and deed and sacrifice. Dasein is the inabiding carryability of the clearing, i.e. of the free, unprotected belonging of the there, in which being is sheltered and concealed. The inabiding carryability of the clearing of self-sheltering concealing will be taken over in the seeking, preserving, and guardianship of that man who knows himself to be known to being, and to belong to enoning as the essential swaying of being." End quote. In being and time, Dasein becomes itself in inauthenticity when it takes up its own possible not being in being towards death. In contributions to philosophy, humans gain selfhood in enoning. We become ourselves most genuinely when we become the ground for belonging to being. We are ourselves when we are owned over to the truth of being. This belonging is never that of a subject encountering an opening, but is an openness that is grounded in the historical unfolding of being. Quote, "Dasein never lets itself be demonstrated and described as something extant. It is to be obtained only hermeneutically, i.e., however, according to being and time, in the throne projecting open. Hence, not arbitrarily, Dasein is something totally non-ordinary. It is destined far in advance of all knowledge of man. The there is the open between that lights up and shelters, between earth and world, the midpoint of their strife, and thus the site for the most intimate belongingness, and thus the ground for the to oneself, the self and selfhood. The self is never I. The within itself of the self holds sway as inabiding in the taking over of ennonement. Self is belongingness to the intimacy of strife as in strifing of ennonement. No we and you and no I and thou. No community setting itself up by itself ever reaches the self. Rather, it only misses the self and continues to be excluded from the self unless it grounds itself, first of all, on Dasein. Within the grounding of Dasein, all relationship to a being is transformed, and the truth of being is first experienced. Even when transcendence is grasped differently than up to now, namely as surpassing and not as the supersensible as a being, even then the determination all too easily dissembles what is ownmost to Dasein. For even in this way, transcendence still presupposes an under and this side, and is in danger of still being misinterpreted, after all, as the action of an I and subject. And finally, even this concept of transcendence continues to be stuck in Platonism. Inceptually, Dasein stands in the grounding of an owning, in-grounds the truth of being, and does not go from a being over to its being. Rather, the engrounding of an owning occurs as sheltering of truth in and as a being. And thus, if a comparison were at all possible, and it is not, the relationship is the other way around. A being as such is above all sheltered in being, in such a manner, of course, that a being can immediately be abandoned by being, and continue to exist only as semblance, own as idea, and whatever follows upon and from that." Unquote. In their groundedness, human beings are called by three names: seekers, preservers, and guardians. As seekers, we constantly look for intimations of the withdrawal of being, and keep that very refusal and concealment exposed. As preservers, we keep the truth of being from disappearing altogether by sheltering it in beings like works of art, speeches, actions, and so on. As guardians, we unite these two divisions for decisive moments to prepare the grounding of the other beginning. In a sense, then, these three dimensions almost come to replace the ecstatical dimensions of future, past, and present from being and time. And yet, this is all something that occurs before any purely temporal understanding of being. In the crossing from the first beginning to the other beginning, the truth of being that we stand open towards will necessarily unfold as an abyss. It will occur as a refusal and withdrawal. That is exactly because there must be an open ground to enact the other being within. There must be an interval to allow the inowning to occur within. Heidegger calls this an abyss, but Parvis Emmad and Kenneth Mali, wisely in my opinion, translate this word for abyss in the German Abgrund more literally as Abground. That is, the away ground, the separate ground, the downward ground. This word is important because it encompasses both the idea of emptiness and void, but also of infinite depth and possibility. Being appears as something that self-conceals and hesitates. It appears as something that is still wanting and waiting. Quote, "Abground is the originary essential swaying of ground. Ground is what is ownmost to truth. If time-space is thus grasped as abground, and if in and through turning abground is grasped more definitely from within time-space, then the relation in turning and the belongingness of time-space to what is ownmost to truth is thereby inopened. Abground is the originary one-fold of time and space, that unifying one-fold that above all lets them go apart into their separatedness. But abground is also beforehand the originary essential sway of ground, of its grounding, of what is ownmost to truth. What is abground? What is its manner of grounding? Abground is the staying away of ground. And what is ground? It is the self-concealing receiving, because it is a sustaining, and this as towering through of what is to be grounded. Ground is the self-sheltering, concealing, and sustaining that towers through. Abground, staying away as ground, in self-sheltering, concealing, it is a self-sheltering, concealing in the manner of not granting the ground. However, not granting is not nothing, but rather an outstanding, originary manner of letting be unfulfilled, of letting be empty, thus an outstanding manner of an opening. However, as essential swaying of ground, abground is not a mere self-refusing, as simply pulling back and going away. Abground is abground. By refusing itself, ground brings into the open in an outstanding manner, namely into that initial openness of that emptiness, which is already a definite one. Insofar as ground of that emptiness, which is thus already a definite one. Insofar as ground nonetheless also and simply grounds in abground, and yet does not actually ground, it is hesitating. Abground is the hesitating refusal of ground. In refusal, originary emptiness opens, originary clearing occurs, but the clearing is at the same time such that the hesitating manifests in it. Abground is the primarily essential sheltering that lights up, is the essential swaying of truth." Unquote. For Heidegger, humans and gods become known as time-space within this abground. That is, this original unity of time and space clears out and delimits the there of Dasein, in which the truth of being can show itself as the abground. In some of the most obscure and difficult passages, he describes the determination and clearing as a gathering of the original one-fold of time-space. As far as the temporal dimension goes, he describes a gathering of three Entrückungen, or removals: the removal into coming to be, the removal into having been, and the removal into the present abandonment of being. These are gathered in a decisive moment where being sways as an owning and or as refusal. His term for this moment is the familiar term Augenblick from Being and Time, literally a blink of an eye or a moment of vision. In this case, he calls this moment a remembering awaiting, which stands as the moment that gathers and unites the first beginning and the other beginning. As far as the spatial dimension goes, the self-refusal of being occurs as a Berückung. This term is translated by Imad and Mali quite clumsily and strangely as charming moving unto. Valeganoi translates it somewhat more simply as enrapturing. The word in the German has a connotation of being set outside of the everyday, standing out from what is normal, and a sense of enchantment as if being held in a magical circle. All of this symbolizes there being an opening and also a limit to what is opened, both of which are completely unfamiliar to the everyday and normal. It is how an owning becomes spatialized in the decisive moment. He calls this spatialization an Umhalt, or encircling hold. Quote, "Space is rendering abground that charms moves unto the encircling hold. Time is rendering abground that moves unto the gathering. Charming moving unto is the encircling hold of gathering that holds to abground. Removal unto is gathering unto the encircling hold that holds to abground. When removal unto proves to be gathering and charming moving unto proves to be encircling hold, then there is each time therein a counter-turning, for removal unto appears to be dispersal, and charming moving unto appears to be estranging. This counter-turning is indeed what is essential and indicates the originary referral of both to each other, on the basis of their separatedness. Time spatializes, never charms moves unto. Space temporalizes, never removes unto. But time and space also have nothing in common as a unity. Rather, what they have is what brings them to a one, that which lets them spring forth into that inseparable referral. Time-space, the grounds holding to abground, the essential swaying of truth. However, this springing forth is not a tearing away, but the opposite. Time-space is only the prevailing unfolding of the essential swaying of truth. Thus, rendering abground of ground is not exhausted in what is its ownmost, but only made clear as the grounding of the there. Time-space is the charming moving, removing unto gathering encircling hold, is the abground that is so enjoined and correspondingly attuned, whose essential swaying becomes historical in the grounding of the there, through Dasein, its essential trajectories of sheltering truth." Unquote. The temporal and spatial gatherings occur together, and neither can occur without the other. They occur as the original one-fold of time and space, not as two separate things occurring at the same time. And yet none of this can occur without the truth of being sheltered in some being. The most familiar example of how truth can set itself to work in a being is in works of art, as seen in the origin of the work of art. But truth can set itself to work via inowning in any number of beings, be they works of art, speeches, deeds, rituals, or whatever else. Heidegger attempts to shelter this truth in a philosophical text, the Contributions to Philosophy itself. However, this should never be understood merely as reducing the meaning of being to a kind of magical incantation that inevitably reproduces it via a set of definite words. The sheltering must require a listener as well as a speaker, and all must stand in the correct attunement. In a sense, this is a breakdown of the entire ontological difference that started off being and time. There remains a difference between beings and being as such, but it is no longer as static categories. The difference now emerges as a constant strife between world and earth that is enacted by and through and in beings. Quote, all of these joinings must be sustained in such a onefold from within the inabiding in Dasein, which distinguishes the being of those who are to come. Unquote. Who has actually become authentic in the sense of becoming seeker, preserver, and guardian? Who has actually become themselves by owning the truth of being as the abyss it manifests as? The only one Heidegger explicitly names as such is Hölderlin. Whoever these individuals are, what is clear is that they are necessary for the turning to the other beginning to be accomplished. These individuals are referred to as the ones to come. Despite the futural tense, Heidegger does say that there are already a few of them here today. We might see the futural aspect not as implying that they do not exist yet, but that they orient their being towards the future turning. They are the ones who prepare the ground for the other beginning. They are the ones who bear witness to the stillness required. This decision occurs not as a grandiose event, but quietly and simply. It would go unnoticed to those who were unaware. The decision for whether being will ultimately be lost or whether the other beginning will begin is made by the ones to come. Heidegger is not very specific about how this will occur. However, he calls attention to a few signs that are not necessarily to be taken as discrete, linear progressions of stages. There will be a few who in advance shelter truth in artworks and poetry and decisive actions, in rituals and deeds and so on. There will then be a few of those who go under. These are the individuals, like Hölderlin perhaps, who take the first leap into the other beginning. Lastly, there will be those many allied ones, who grasp what the few who go under have accomplished and await for further signs to follow. How this can happen is not certain. Only the ones to come can tell us. And what they will accomplish is to consecrate the ground for and bear witness to the passing of the last God. Quote, the ones who are to come and belong to the last God will in strife in owning, in the strifing of this strife, and in the widest retrospect will remind themselves of the greatest thing that is created, the infilled onceness and uniqueness of being. Next to it, the massive will release all rankings of its raving, and will carry off all that is insecure and halfway, all that consoles itself merely with the heretofore. Will then the time of gods be up and relapse into the mere living of beings who are world poor begin, for whom earth remains only something to be exploited? Reservedness and reticence and silence will be the innermost feast for the last God. They will achieve their own way of entrusting the simplicity of things, and their own surging of the intimacy of charming moving unto, removal unto of their works. The sheltering of truth will leave sheltered and concealed what is sheltered concealed, and will thus lend to it the uniquely present. Today, there are already a few of those who are to come. Their intimating and seeking is hardly recognizable to them themselves and to their genuine disquiet. But this disquiet is the quiet steadfastness of the cleavage. It bears a certainty that is touched by the shyest and remotest hint of the last God, and is held toward the breaking in of an owning. How this hint is preserved as hint in the reserved reticence of silence, and how such preserving always resides in taking leave and arriving, particularly in grief and joy, in that grounding attunement of the reserved ones, to whom alone the cleavage of being opens and closes, fruit and falling toward, onset and hint. Those few to come count among themselves the essentially unpretentious ones, to whom no publicness belongs, but who in their inner beauty gather the shining ahead of the last God and then gift it to the few and the rare by radiating it back to them. They all ground Dasein, through which the accord of the nearness of the God resonates, a nearness which neither rises above nor fades away, but has taken the steadiness of the deepest awe for the most singular space of resonance, Dasein, shifting through all relations of remoteness and nearness, onset of the last God. Quote, Those who are to come must take over and preserve belongingness to enoning and its turning, a belongingness that has been awakened by the call. They come thus to stand before the hints of the last God." Unquote. This text mentions something called the last God over and over again. Let's finally attempt to understand what exactly this means. Of course, this is no easy task. In a sense, only the ones to come seem to know for sure. If there's one thing we can be certain of, it's that the last God has absolutely nothing to do with some monotheistic conception of a supernatural being or personage that stands above everything as its creator, least of all with the God of Christianity. Certainly, it is nothing that stands before us as superior, least of all because Heidegger makes it quite clear that the last God needs us to bring it forth through enoning. Whenever Heidegger seems to speak of gods, he seems to refer more generally to whatever a people holds as sacred or higher than themselves. And all societies do this with something, be it a mythological figure, a person or a place, a ritual or a rite, an event or a tradition, a value or an ethical choice, and so on. It would, however, be a massive mistake to say that this is a secularization of a religious idea. For Heidegger, it is the exact opposite. The mere understanding of gods as supernatural, religious, or, God forbid, theological, is rather a cheapened, lessened understanding of what originally counts as sacred and poetic. All the bounding of gods to the form of religious dogma is just another form of metaphysics. Of course, in our era of Enframing, we lose this original connection to the gods more and more. This is the whole point of Nietzsche's parable of the madman in Heidegger's view. Quote, "Flight and arrival of gods now together move into what has been and are withdrawn from what is past. But the futural, the truth of being as refusal, contains within itself the ensuring of greatness, not magnitude of empty and gigantic eternity, but of the shortest pathway. But to this truth of being, to refusal, belongs the masking of what is not being as such, the unboundedness and dissipation of being. Only now must abandonment by being remain. But unboundedness is not empty arbitrariness and disorder. On the contrary, everything is now trapped in planned steerability and exactitude of a secure execution and an exhaustive control. Under the illusion of a being, machination takes what is not being into the protection of a being, and thereby the unavoidably enforced desolation of man is made up for by lived experience. As what is not own most, all of this must become even more necessary than before, because what is most estranging also needs what is most current, and the cleavage of being should not collapse under the contrived illusion of adjustments, of happiness and pseudo-completion, for the last God especially hates all of this." Unquote. Inevitably, during the crossing to the other beginning, there will be an utmost sense of despair and lack of all gods. This is the passing of the last God. All the gods who either arrive or flee will be gathered in this passing. We should be very wary of speaking of the last God in terms that could lapse back into metaphysics, but if we can in any sense, it seems closer to say that the last God is an event rather than a being. It seems that the last God is manifest insofar as it becomes enowned in a number of events, actions, beings, words, and so on. And in particular, it is that which gathers the other gods to the turning of the other beginning. Above all, the last God is not a transcendent ultimate being. It is fundamentally historical. When will its passing occur? We cannot say. Perhaps we are already in it. Whatever this passing consists of is only known to the ones to come, and probably not to them in full. Whenever it happens, it will largely remain hidden. Only the few and the rare will ground it. Quote, "Whether this call of the utmost hinting, the most hidden ennonement, nevertheless ever happens openly, or whether the distress goes silent and all mastery stays away, whether the call is still received when it occurs, whether the leaping into Dasein and thus turning from within its truth still becomes history, all of that decides about the future of man. Man with his machinations might for centuries yet pillage and lay waste to the planet. The gigantic character of this driving might develop into something unimaginable, and take on the form of a seeming rigor as the massive regulating of the desolate as such. Yet the greatness of being continues to be closed off because decisions are no longer made about truth and untruth and what is their own most. The only thing that still counts is the reckoning of succeeding and failing of machinations. This reckoning extends itself to a presumed eternity, which is no eternity, but rather only the endless etc. of what is most desolately transitory." Unquote. Quote, "The last God is not the end, but the other beginning of immeasurable possibilities for our history. For its sake, history up to now should not terminate, but rather must be brought to its end. We must bring about the transfiguration of its essential and basic positions in crossing and in preparedness. Preparation for the appearing of the last gods, the utmost venture of the truth of being, by virtue of which alone man succeeds in restoring beings. The greatest nearness of the last God is ennowned, when ennowning as hesitating self-refusal increases in not granting. This is something essentially other than mere absence. Not granting as belonging to ennowning can be experienced only out of the more originary essential sway of being, as it lights up in the thinking of the other beginning. Not granting as nearness of the unavertible makes Dasein the one who is overcome. That is to say, not granting does not crush Dasein, but lifts it up into grounding its freedom. But whether man can master both, sustaining the echo of ennowning as not granting and enacting the crossing, to grounding the freedom of a being as such, to renewing the world out of rescuing the earth, who is inclined to decide and to know? And so those who are consumed by such a history and its grounding always remain separated from one another, summits of the most separate mountains." Unquote. Thinking and the end of philosophy. I have sketched out the most important themes in later Heidegger, and shown how they seem to be most thoroughly treated in contributions to philosophy. As a final section, I would like to focus on some of Heidegger's last writings, and try to answer the question of what exactly he would want us to take with us from his writings after his death. What should Heidegger's legacy be? What do we do on the basis of all this now? His answer in his last years is quite shocking and provocative. We should stop doing philosophy as we know it altogether and begin thinking instead. What does this mean? In the 1960s, Heidegger was astonished more and more every day at the rate which everything had become technical, measurable, scientific, mathematical, and so on. For him, this is to be expected. It is the logical endpoint of metaphysics as we know it. That is to say, with thinking that is concerned with representation of data and with discovering the ultimate grounds of being. For him, metaphysics has to be at an end in the modern era. Stephen Hawking once infamously said that, quote, "Philosophy is dead. Scientists have become the bearers of the torch of discovering in our quest for knowledge," unquote. Heidegger would unequivocally agree. Philosophy, as construed, has now become science, and there is no going back. But note these important words, as construed. That is to say, built on the assumption that knowledge is a concern with finding grounds, calculating, and science-minded speculation. That is to say, as metaphysics. In this case, metaphysics has reached its end. But that does not mean that it has reached a state of perfection. It rather has brought us to a profound desolation where the need for the turning to the other beginning begins to echo and resonate. For Heidegger, we must learn how to think once more. This is because science does not teach us how to think. It teaches us how to reason, to calculate, to measure, to problem solve, but not how to think. Nor does the lived experience we set up in opposition to it. For picturing, imagining, wishing, and daydreaming is not thinking either. First and foremost, we have to learn how to respond to what calls us. In this, there can be no magical guru who imparts it all to us. Certainly Heidegger is not that teacher. He says that learning to truly think is something distant and yet so near to us that we look right over it. It is similar to becoming a cabinet maker in the old fashion as opposed to the new fashion of technological production line assembly. Quote, "His learning is not mere practice, to gain facility in the use of tools, nor does he merely gather knowledge about the customary forms of the things he is to build. If he is to become a true cabinet maker, he makes himself answer and respond above all to the different kinds of wood, and to the shapes slumbering within wood, to wood as it enters into man's dwelling with all the hidden riches of its essence. In fact, this relatedness to wood is what maintains the whole craft. Without that relatedness, the craft will never be anything but empty busywork. Any occupation with it will be determined exclusively by business concerns. Every handicraft, all human dealings, are constantly in that danger. The writing of poetry is no more exempt from it than his thinking." Unquote. In the end, then, it all comes back to unconcealment, to aletheia. To think again is to learn to respond to the call of what discloses itself, to experience the clearing of what opens up, and above all, to not reduce it to something that is merely calculable and computable. Only in so doing can we accurately put an end to philosophy as metaphysics and enter into being historical thinking instead. In 1966, 10 years before his death, Heidegger decided to give an interview to the German magazine Der Spiegel on the condition that it would only be published posthumously. This wish was granted, and it was made public to the world 10 years later. This interview was the closest he ever came to giving a definite statement on his involvement with the Nazi Party. It also shows him giving a few final messages to the world about the legacy of his thinking. While it was not the last thing to be published by Heidegger in chronological terms, both during his life and after it, there are a few remarks in the text that I believe stand as his greatest last will and testament. I would like to end this video then by discussing this interview. Heidegger in this interview defended himself against being labeled a Nazi ideologue. He gave his own account of his time as a professor. He claimed that upon Hitler's seizure of power, the rector of the university was a social democrat and friend of Heidegger. This man, Wilhelm von Mullendorf, was removed by the Minister of Culture of Baden when he refused to display a Jewish poster. In the interim, von Mullendorf and another colleague of Heidegger's encouraged him, Heidegger, to become rector in place of them so that the position of rector would not fall to a mere party propagandist. Heidegger lacked the experience and for that reason was doubtful, but ultimately was pressured into taking up the post and found himself having to accept it when it was too late to back down. In that sense, he was by no means power-hungry and eager to Nazify the university. He claimed that, in fact, his colleagues in the faculty had come to the conclusion that their only possibility was to try to withstand the political developments in the most constructive way that they could. If they did not, the University of Freiburg itself would be as good as gone. Heidegger was clear that he believed in Hitler as a positive force for Germany in the early years, but that he changed his mind as early as 1934, the year he stepped down as rector. He was deeply opposed to their overly biological thinking, and was against the dogmas that characterized their ideology from the beginning. Of course, he mouthed approvals when required. He had to make compromises to survive. He quit his position as rector after 1 year and went back to his lectures, which he claimed were obviously critical of Nazi leadership to anyone who could see through the indirect and oracular nature of his speaking. For this reason, he never apologized for his time as a Nazi, as he saw himself as a subversive element, who attempted to critique and reform the Nazi regime from the inside to the degree that he could be expected to without putting his own life and well-being in danger. Perhaps he was not a martyr for the sake of truth, but how many of us can claim to be? Some historical details come to light that continue to complicate this picture. We know, for example, that he had bought his brother a copy of Mein Kampf as a gift before he ever became rector, and we know that he mixed many anti-Semitic tropes and stereotypes into some of his private writings from the era in what are known as the Black Notebooks. We know that we can't pass this all on him just being a rural country person either, because his region of Germany actually had comparatively low support for the Nazi Party. And why did he refuse to apologize or explicitly own up to his role as a subversive element until this interview, which he explicitly asked to not be published until after his death? Well, we do not know. We do not know what went on in Heidegger's head, but I will give my opinion. In my opinion, Heidegger somewhat naively believed that the rise of Hitler would inaugurate the turning to the other beginning that he so desperately sought. The Nazis were masters at rhetoric that appealed to fans of traditional, bucolic, pastoral Germanic culture, and Heidegger was certainly as attached to this lifestyle as anyone could be. However, he found them to be just as deluded by a warped technical understanding of the world. Indeed, their worldview resulted in the most perverse monstrosity of all modern technicity: genocide as a vast technological streamlined machine, millions of human beings as standing reserve, not to be killed or murdered or slain, but merely liquidated. Call me naive then, but I do believe Heidegger about his intentions and efforts after 1934. As for his decision to never explicitly come out and apologize for being a part of the regime, or to explicitly call attention to his role as a subverter, I think we have to once again remember that Heidegger, for all his brilliance, was a human being. He had his own contradictions, his own moral misgivings, and his own imperfections. One of them was a sense of pride. Another was a desire to not get roped back into the world of politics when he would have preferred to spend most of his time teaching philosophy and skiing. And one that I think goes underappreciated is the fact that denazification in post-war Germany did not happen with the switch of a button. According to some surveys conducted by the US authorities in the American-occupied zone, as late as 1950, 1 in 3 Germans said that the Nuremberg trials had been unfair. In 1952, 37% of those polled said that Germany was better off without Jews in its territory, and 25% had a positive opinion of Hitler. In the same year, as many as 10% of Germans nationwide believed that Hitler was the greatest modern German statesman, and that his greatness would only be recognized at a later date. I believe that just as Heidegger kept his open marriage and sustained affairs deeply private, he may have kept his opinions about politics private to avoid becoming a pariah in the deeply conservative and rural parts of Germany that he lived in and held so dear. Heidegger may have been a genius, but he too had to navigate his relationships with other human beings. You can assess his guilt in doing so however you like. But now, however, we can arrive at the most famous section of this interview, which stands as a coda for the entire Heideggerian philosophical project. It occurs after he is asked about the movements of democracy, communism, and fascism. His reply drifts away from them and returns to Enframing, which he says is something far more decisive for the modern age than any of these 3 merely political developments. Which of the trends just sketched out, according to your view, would be most suitable to our time? I don't see any answer to that, but I do see here a decisive question. First of all, it would be necessary to clarify what you mean by suitable to our time. What is meant here by time? Furthermore, the question should be raised as to whether such suitability is the appropriate standard for the inner truth of human activity, and whether the standard measure of human activity is not thinking and poetizing, however heretical such a shift of emphasis may seem to be. It is obvious that man is never complete master of his tools, witness the case of the sorcerer's apprentice. But is it not a little too pessimistic to say we are not gaining mastery over this surely much greater tool that is modern technicity? Pessimism, no. In the area of the reflection that I am attempting now, pessimism and optimism are positions that don't go far enough. But above all, modern technicity is no tool, and has nothing at all to do with tools. Why should we be so powerfully overwhelmed by technicity that... I don't say we are overwhelmed by it. I say that up to the present we have not found a way to respond to the essence of technicity. But someone might object very naively, what must be mastered in this case? Everything is functioning. More and more electric power companies are being built. Production is up. In highly technologized parts of the earth, people are well cared for. We are living in a state of prosperity. What really is lacking for us? Everything is functioning. That is precisely what is awesome, that everything functions, that the functioning propels everything more and more towards further functioning, and that technicity increasingly dislodges man and uproots him from the earth. I don't know if you were shocked, but certainly I was shocked when a short time ago I saw the pictures of the earth taken from the moon. We do not need atomic bombs at all to uproot us. The uprooting of man is already here. All our relationships have become merely technical ones. It is no longer upon an earth that man lives today. Recently I had a long dialogue in Provence with René Char, a poet and resistance fighter, as you know. In Provence now, launch pads are being built and the countryside laid waste in unimaginable fashion. This poet, who certainly is open to no suspicion of sentimentality or of glorifying the idyllic, said to me that the uprooting of man that is now taking place is the end of everything human, unless thinking and poetizing once again regain their nonviolent power. Well, we have to say that indeed we prefer to be here, and in our age we surely will not have to leave for elsewhere. But who knows if man is determined to be upon this earth? It is thinkable that man has absolutely no determination at all. After all, one might see it to be one of man's possibilities that he reach out from this earth toward other planets. We have by no means come that far, of course, but where is it written that he has his place here? As far as my own orientation goes, in any case, I know that, according to our human experience and history, everything essential and of great magnitude has arisen only out of the fact that man had a home and was rooted in a tradition. Contemporary literature, for example, is largely destructive. Obviously, you see a world movement, this is the way you two have expressed it, that either is bringing about an absolutely technical state or has done so already. That's right. Fine. Now the question naturally arises. Can the individual man in any way still influence this web of fateful circumstance? Or indeed can philosophy influence it? Or can both together influence it, insofar as philosophy guides the individual, or several individuals, to a determined action? If I may answer briefly, and perhaps clumsily, but after long reflection, philosophy will be unable to effect any immediate change in the current state of the world. This is true not only of philosophy, but of all purely human reflection and endeavor. Only a God can save us. The only possibility available to us is that by thinking and poetizing, we prepare a readiness for the appearance of a God, or for the absence of a God in our decline, insofar as in view of the absent God we are in a state of decline. Is there a correlation between your thinking and the emergence of this God? Is there here, in your view, a causal connection? Do you feel that we can bring a God forth by our thinking? We cannot bring him forth by our thinking. At best, we can awaken a readiness to wait for him. But can we help? The first help might be the readying of this readiness. It is not through man that the world can be what it is and how it is, but also not without man. In my view, this goes together with the fact that what I call being, that long traditional, highly ambiguous, now worn out word, has need of man in order that its revelation, its appearance as truth, and its various forms may come to pass. The essence of technicity I see in what I call enframing, an often ridiculed and perhaps awkward expression. To say that enframing holds sway means that man is posed, enjoined, and challenged by a power that becomes manifest in the essence of technicity, a power that man himself does not control. Thought asks no more than this, that it help us achieve this insight. Philosophy is at an end. Unquote.